So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. My name's Matt Payne. I'm going to be putting words to the action alongside Emma Martin once again. We're here for our monthly finals in January. Yes, it seems a little early, but it's just how the calendar falls. And the Sunday Race Club, well, it has to be on a Sunday. With it being our monthly finals, the team competition is in play, and that means that in both our women's race that is first and our men's race that is second today, each of our top 7 teams in each of our 6 race categories in each of our races will be getting prizes in addition to the 10 individuals who are the top 10 in their race category in each of our races. And of course, the people who take the checkpoints along the way on race route, and the people who win the sprint and the climbs competitions overall. A huge prize fund as always on the women's and men's race. It's a women's race and we are in Australia.
We are in celebration of the Tour Down Under, 37 kilometres of racing today, 506 metres of climbing for the women. And you can see that climbing comes very, very quickly out the start, and it is a slapping headwind start today out the pens for the women before they hit that Wollongong climb for the first time. That comes at the 3.1 kilometre marker, but it is pretty much all uphill after that first 500 metre run. They've got 2 climbs. They go up that Wollongong climb twice today, the second checkpoint at the 21.4 kilometre marker. So they've got to get over that first climb before the sprint competition comes into play, which is a really, really sneaky one today. Those 3 sprints coming at the 9.8 kilometre mark, the 15.7 kilometre mark, and the 34 kilometre mark. That's then a 3.2k run to the finish line.
So as the riders make sure that they get themselves into position, get ready to go, they'll have that course dialed in, many of the riders with it on a screen or printed out by the side of them, just like we do here in the studio. Don't forget, if you want to get in touch live, we do monitor the YouTube channel. Do make sure, if you do enjoy the show, tell your friends. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, and whether that's on YouTube or on Twitch TV, make sure you give all of our riders, as well as MyWhoosh, follows at MyWhoosh on social media. Our 6 race categories taken to race start. Category 6 is our standard race category, and in the women's competition, we have 6 teams kicking off the women's race in a total of 42 teams across all of the women's race fields here today. And in category 6, the 6 teams, well, there are 2 teams of 5, 3 teams of 4, and 1 team of 3. Our team of 3 is Cycling District Alpha. The teams of 4, Kitty Hawk Racing and Royal Ascent, along with the Velocity Vipers. 6, our teams of 5, the Cherry Pies and the SCC Cadence crew. The Cherry Pies of Salag, Bele, Jones, Kirchner, along with Ferron, and the FCC Cadence crew of Holtman, Scriven, Hadjuk, Timmons, Conan, and Webber. They have the strength in depth. And in case you're new to the team's competition, 5 riders is the maximum number of riders you can have per team. 3 is the critical number, because the fastest 3 riders on your team who complete the race route, their times are added together to give you your race time for your team. The fastest team time takes top spot, second fastest, second place, and so on, right the way through 7 teams. There are a number of riders not part of a team, because you do need to ride 2 qualifying races to be part of a team in the finals. But you can ride as an individual and join as an individual if you fancy having a go. You'll have to join the women's race in February, because it's time to go racing. The last race of January, it's our monthly finals, and it's time to go in category 6 to hit the roads of Australia to make our way up the climb. We're not going to be shortening the route. We're not going to be taking the climb out due to forest fires or the heat of 40 degrees, as we've seen in the Tour Down Under. Although I'm sure the action is going to be hotter.
It is hot today and hot out the start pen, because we've got Scriven, Arias and Barco on your screen. We are in with them as they come out of the start pen. Melissa Scriven just giving us a little wave. Everybody else focused tightly on that pack. Scriven back into business, because she's on the back of that group as they come out of the pen. Big flat start today here, but that headwind slowing down the riders, and a stretch on this category 6 pack, making sure you are in the group key, because today it is not just about your individual position. It is also about where you are in that team competition. And if you are third counter, well, I would argue that's the most important counter of the team.
It is indeed, and as you can see, we're going to take this slight left and go into even more of a headwind. You can see that top right-hand side of your screen, the arrow pointing the direction the wind is coming from, and that means that directly behind another rider as you come around this left-hand turn is going to be key. Any gap that opens up and that draft will diminish. You can see Melissa Scriven nicely in this group. She's got 3 green chevrons to the right of the green power number, and that means that she's maximising the draft. Nice technique, masterclass from Mel.
Well, Veronica Oreas has also had a phenomenal month this month. She's took a cracking top 5 performance on that endurance climb earlier on in January. She's a rider on form today. Adriana Barco on the bottom of your screen, tightly in that pack as well. These riders doing a fantastic job coming out of the pen and getting in position early. Now, Category 6 for me is really interesting this month because we have had so much movement between Category 6 and Category 5 with riders progressing. We've only got 6 riders left in the Category 6 race who have had top 5 performances this month. Well, that does indeed open it up completely for me. So when we take a look at where those riders are based, the Velocity City Vipers 6, both Angie Arias and Julif Narvaez have both had top 5 performances. So if you look at it numerically on paper, they've got to be the favourite team. But the Cherry Pies, Sandra Ferron's had a great race this month so far. She's had a 2nd and a 4th. Kirchner has done really well on this course before. They're joined by Jones Bellet as well. Melissa Scriven's team, the FCC Cadence crew, you can't discount them for being there or thereabouts. But for me, Veronica Oreas' squad, the Royal Ascent with Londano, Botero and Flores. Londano has ridden well here on Wollongong before. And Arias, well, as I said, she had a great race on that endurance climb earlier on this month.
And I agree with you. That third counter is going to be key here today. It's not just about those people who are up there at the very front of the race, maybe taking a top 5 position, but haven't yet moved to Category 5. It's about being in position as a counter, as your third counter. And when you are out of position, and we've seen a number of riders at the moment being
so
distanced,
fast and furious.
It has. There's a few gaps opened up, and you can see here this chase now by Mel Scriven, who's gone round the flyover, round the Fink flyover, not the Fink flyover, the Fink flyover, as it is known. It's done some damage, and if you're not in the group, Scriven getting back into the pack and getting into the draft, but you can see top right-hand side of your screen with each of our riders represented by a purple disc because they're in Category 6, that disc colour matching their category. You can see that the groups have split up, that the gaps have opened up, and that there is distances in between, and this is a very early stage to be taken out of that very front group. It means that for the rest of this race, you're likely to be working through the wind on your own, which increases the resistance. It's a big saving, staying in the group, staying in the draft.
And I think that shot into the window of those 3 riders for the first 2 kilometres of this race has really given us a clear understanding of what it means to come out of the pen and race hard from the go. You know, you've got to have a really good warm-up. You've got to get the timing of your start and be on the ascendancy as the pen goes down and you get out of that start line, because all these things and that level of concentration you could see on those riders' face, making sure you're in the right place, making sure you're not missing a wheel, making sure that you're staying in the group. And at 2.5 kilometres, it's not about winning the race, it's about staying in the race.
And one of the things I think it also shows is, and we saw that very clearly in Adriana Barco's camera as well, it's not about being at your maximum speed when it's time to go. It's, as you say, it's increasing your speed up, because it's the power that counts rather than necessarily the speed out of the pen. So having that maximum power down means that your avatar will accelerate, because the avatar is doing 0 until the gun goes. So you want your big power that goes when you're accelerating to come in as the go goes. You don't want to have accelerated as in
and be
the
on
past
the
tense,
downside of
or
the curve.
even just holding level at the top, do you? You want to be accelerated up, because as you build speed, what actually tends to happen is that the power tapers off because it's more power to accelerate. If you want more details, find somebody who did physics further at school than I did.
But it really is correct. You know, you really do have to manage that effort, and you've got to hold your nerve in the start pen. You know, a lot of people think maybe 6, 7, 8 seconds to go is when you need to start accelerating, and that's too early. You know, you really got to get the balance, and you've got to understand you as an individual and how you put that power through those pedals. Well, these riders are putting the power through the pedals in a brilliant way at the moment. We've got a small group of 4 riders here chasing, trying to get back on. But you can see on the top right-hand corner the climb. Well, it's the pre-climb, really, but it's already started.
It really does kick in, and it's a good indication actually as we see this, because we're going to come into this right hand turn at the moment. This leading group into the headwind, they're going to go left and get it to a crosswind from the right hand side. It is key to stay in the wheels here as much as you can, because with that 9-kilometer breeze going into your face, plus your 25-kilometer-an-hour ride, and it really does take its toll, as you can see on Mel's face. It's good to have Mel Scriven with us as always. We're not going to ask Mel to do too many. It is indeed. Mel is one of our regulars on here. One day we're going to mic Mel up so that we can hear Mel as well as see Mel. A very dangerous thought. We'd have to give her the standard BBC warning of not swearing on telly. I'm sure she's very polite in real life. I've yet to have the pleasure of meeting Mel in person. I'm sure it will happen at some point. Don't forget, of course, if you want to be like Mel, you want to be a star off screen as well as on the bike, then you can make sure that you get yourself onto the racing first of all, and then of course don't forget to hit the link on the Zoom room and make sure you're on there. Now Mel, focus please, because you need to get back on to the climb. No looking at us and pulling the signs that you're struggling here. Keep that rhythm, find a group there, a little bit of emotion, just going in with the I'm absolutely wiped out. Not far to go to the summit. Absolutely key. Got a good gap here. Remember, for our riders, today I think is one of the toughest days of the whole month, because as a team competition, you cannot ease off if you're third, fourth, or even fifth counter.
You can't. And that group now at the front, that Category 6 race, down to around 20 riders. We had 33 starters today in Category 6. You can see that big group swelling, but this gradient on the climb, it's currently at 6.5%. It does get steeper. Well, it's a steep descent the other side. You really have to treat these 2 climbs like the end of the race each time if you want to be in that leading pack.
Well, our Category 6 making their way up towards the top of the first of the Wollongong climbs. The riders in the pens about to go are going to be our Category 5 riders, the first step up. As you can see, we have a number of teams who are with us who have more than the prerequisite 3 riders. We've got 3 teams of 3 and 3 teams of 4 today. Our teams of 3, Phoenix Momentum, along with the FCC Pedal Artists, FCC, the Fem Cycle Collab, doing a fantastic job of getting riders into teams. And once again, a big thank you to all of the organising that goes into all of our teams. Now we have the teams of 4, the FCC Cycleholics, along with Cycling District 5 and Erin Nova as well. So Erin Nova with 4, Johnson, Samuel, Hermansen and Giraldo. Cycling District 5 with 4, Santos, Almeida, Yescalina and Rodriguez. And the FCC Cycleholics with 4, and that is De Silva, Valencia, Wilhelm and Falana. Will they be the team at the front of the race? Well, we'll have to see if Momentum, Sonnerson, Warren, Smithson, or Phoenix's Tajeros, Gentili and Bago can challenge. The team's ready to go in Category 5. Category 6 still progressing up this climb. We've just got a little bit of time till our race start in Category 5. So just going to drop back in with the Category 6 riders as we come up here. It's a long pull. It's a twin peak summit as well here.
It is.
And the first peak is not the climb checkpoint. The climb checkpoint indicated by the polka dot archway that goes over the road, and that is the point at which that checkpoint prize is awarded. That's also where we get a good indication of the time gaps between the riders at the summit. They then drop down, and the descent is not straightforward because it's not just all downhill. You got a big kicker on the way down.
Yeah, you can see the hard work being done by the riders here on the left-hand side of your screen and the effort that goes into this climb. Heron leading at the moment from Jones and Gaviria Arrayas. Big work being done at the front, but it's a huge pack who are going to be going over the top together in Category 6 as Category 5 go out of the pen.
So Category 5 up and underway. Let's talk about Category 5 for a little while, because the leaders are still a little way off the summit of the climb. Category 6 teams, run through the teams and the riders. Do you want to run through the individuals who we think and the team riders who we think who are the stars of the show on paper, if not necessarily in reality?
Well, paper and reality sometimes aren't the same thing. But Aeronova for me, looking good this month. Brooke Samuels had a 4th and a 5th. Hannah Hermanson's had a 3rd and a 5th. So those 2 riders, supported by Giraldo and Johnson, could go well. It was the FCC pedal artists who took it last month, but a few of those riders have now gone up. So that's going to be interesting to see whether they can defend that title. Phoenix, Tajeros, Gentili and Bago could go well today. They took 2nd place last month. Tajeros has had a 4th. Again, this is quite like Category 6. We've seen a lot of riders come up from 6 to 5. We've seen riders go up from 5 to 4, and it has shaken things up a bit. The 28 riders that are on the start sheets today, I think for me, the most interesting thing here is every single team in Category 5 has at least one rider who has had a top 5 this month. So it really is. Well, if I was in one of those teams today, I'd be watching everybody.
I think watching everybody is inevitably part of the deal when it comes to the team competition. It does add that extra level of complexity if you're part of that team and you're contesting that. Over the top of the first part, the first peak, and heading now towards the second peak goes the race leaders. Now it's about getting the momentum right on the drive down. On the front, you're going to be into the wind. If you get some draft on the way through, it gives you a chance. Hoyos went into the lead. It meant that the draft was available for Limbago. Limbago going. Hoyos is behind. It looks like Arrayas is kicking behind as well, but Limbago's got the power. I think this is going to be Limbago's. She goes underneath the
Big
archway.
punch.
Yeah, big kick. She got that timing right. Hoyos came alongside, and because Hoyos came on the windward side, it allowed her just that little bit more draft as well that reinforced the power coming from Angelica Limbago. Limbago of the Cycling District Alpha Squad taking position 1. Behind her, though,
Narvaez, Isacalio, Arias and Hadjuk all coming through. Let me just take a little look. 16 riders in the leading group now in contention. For me, this is going to be really interesting because in the Category 6 race, it's now a long transition before they get to the second climb. And we will see some regrouping because that Category 6 race has got to sit up.
Well, yes, it's gone very, very hard from the gun, but that first selection point, absolutely key. Now, I'm going to drop in with a couple of our riders, in with Brooke Samuel, as well as Jacqueline Almeida in the Category 5 race as they make their way out and along. They've already gone over and around the Vink flyover. They're now on to the climbing section. This group pretty much all together here at the moment in Category 5, a very different race start.
It is a very different race start, much steadier than we saw in Category 6, and the pack rolling and rolling strongly. There aren't riders scattered like skittles all over the road at the moment. They are all in one large group. As down in the start pen, Category 4 are on the final countdown.
So Category 4, just on the countdown, we have a number of teams in Category 4. As always, 8 teams in Category 4, 2 teams of 5, 3 teams of 4, and 3 teams of 3. Our teams of 3, there's the Cycling District 4A squad and the Cycling District 4B squad. And the Portuguese Coordinated Cycling District teams, all with 3 riders. The Full Gas Racing squad from Colombia, they have 3 riders as well. Teams with 4 in the FCC Pedalicious squad, along with Power Bites and the Rebel Union. But the squads with 5 riders, the Watt Warriors, the FCC Watt Warriors, Jermaine Prado, Kimberly Miller, Louisa Schultz, Sophie Mayenhout, and Tanya Howeiler, up against the FCC What Works squad of 5, Amy Young, Jacqueline Giuliano, along with Laura Vanenpa, Sarah Carolus, and Ton Mestompt.
Well, and you know what? The FCC What Works for me are the ones I have a great big asterisk by because 3 of those riders have had top 5s this month. I think they are the team to beat in Category 4 today.
So Category 4, our go. We're out from the start pens. It now means that we've got 3 of our waves of riders away. Category 6, Category 5, and Category 4, with only Category 3, 2, and 1 still left to leave the pens. Will this be a Category 6S race with an absolutely frantic start, or will it be a more steady, considered start akin to Category 5. Gina Di Grassi will be able to tell us that she will take it all in her stride, I'm sure. One of our regular riders on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club.
Yes.
And a very experienced rider as well as being able to be in there. And of course, that could potentially suit Di Grassi today.
Well, yeah, I do agree. The Rebel Union for me are the squad where Gina Di Grassi is based, with Isabella Karwazewska, Maria Hallmarson, and Miriam Taylor Carter. Let's get my reading spectacles on. But they've had Karwazewska and Hallmarson they've both had top fives this month. I think that is the team that could battle with the FCC Wattworks. Di Grassi's legs and her sprint power are really going to come into play today. But what I would like to say is I would love to be surprised by one of the other teams. And as you indicated at the start of the show, Matt, the stats in the paper not add up.
They don't always necessarily match the virtual world or the in-person world, but that doesn't mean that they won't be wrong. They are usually a good indicator. But of course, this is bike racing. That's what we absolutely love, whether it's cyclocross, mountain bike, BMX, or of course, cycling, esports. However you get your cycling, you'll know it can change in the blink of an eye. And that is one of the key things about cycle racing when you're out on the roads. Because anything along those lines, any little change can make a big, big difference to the riders. Now, just whilst we take a little look at 4 and 5, just making the way up towards the climb, just done a little bit of analysis. I know it's usually Emma's job, the analysis, but I've been doing it just for a change. A little bit of job
Pick me up off the floor.
I know. Okay, so of the 16 riders in Category 6 who went over the summit in the leading group, the team with the most at the moment is the FCC Cadence crew. They have got 4 team riders who went over the summit in that lead group. The Cherry Pies have 3 riders. The Velocity Vipers have 2. Cycling District Alpha have 2 as well. So at the moment, it looks like the advantage as they went over the top of that climb, line with the FCC Cadence crew, because they have 4. They have a rider to spare. But Cherry Pie's keeping them honest, as the saying goes, keeping close attendance with 3 riders in there. So we'll have to see how that plays out as we go through. And this race continues. Limbago's team, the rider who led over the summit, Cycling District Alpha, only 2 riders in there. So the third counter, as we said, is going to be really, really key in this.
Yeah, because let's just remind our viewers and any new viewers to the Sunday Race Club, in the team competition at the end of the month, it is all based on time. So it's your top 3 riders' time added together that gives you the team competition. And sometimes it is so close. And we have seen really close racing and during the finals. So, for example, in Category 4, the win last month was taken by just 12 seconds. So if your leading rider can get a good gap, that gives you a great bit of buffer. But it does matter where your other 2 riders finish, and the time is what counts.
Well, it's time to head across to Category 3 because we have our teams and our riders lining up today. 7 teams taking to the start line, 4 teams of 5 and 3 teams of 4 in Category 3. Big representation across the board here. The teams of 4, the Bonk Brigade, along with FCC Chain Right, and the Rebel Riders. The teams of 5, Cycling District 3, the Category 3 Cycling District team, have 5 riders, Kleberova, along with Lopes, Zimmerman, De Pavia, and Silva. The FCC, the Fem Cycle Club Pedal Pushers, have 5 riders, Robel, Essler, Heibor, Horner, and Vichkova. We also have the Grit team with 5 riders. That's Bradley, Hadlock, along with Daniels, Johnson, and Desenia. And the last team with 5 riders, Riot 3, last on my sheets, but not necessarily last in the race by any stretch of the imagination, given who's on this team. Bulawa, Lytton, Vanilla, Simkin, and Walkenhurst. They may even be our first team. Time will tell. It's time to go racing. It's time for Category 3 to get out on the very last time of January's racing. It's the team competition. It's our January monthly finals here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Category 3 away, and because my mass is on form today, we now have got 2/3 of our race field out onto race route with the third left to go.
Whoop, whoop.
Simple
Well,
maths, I love.
41 riders on the start sheets in Category 3, and they are indeed underway. Sabrina Horner is the rider we are in with on the left-hand side of your screen. The Riot 3 squad, I have to agree with Matt, I think is the possible rider team to watch. I'm just going to drop in with Category 5 because they are on the climb and they are just about to drop and descend before they hit the polka dot banner, which is the first climb segment of the day. And at the moment, it's 3 riders in close contention here. We've got Rappers, Bago and Sonnerson. These 3 riders absolutely pushing on here. They're about to come onto the final part of the climb. They're on the descent at 50 kilometers an hour. Monica Rapp has had a phenomenal racing in the last couple of weeks. She took some strong performances, second place last week, but Emma Sonnerson at the moment is really dialing this. Now the pace picks up. Raps is the rider pushing on here. Well, there you go. She puts on the polka dot skin suit.
So the runners coming in over the top of the summit. It's split there into 2 sort of small groups as they went up that climb, but it's a big pack just making its way in through the line. Led through Rapaz leading from Sonnerson in second, Bago in third, Smithson in fourth, and Brooks Samuel taking away the 5th place, taking 5, 4, 3 and 2, followed by 1 point respectively. The big group of riders, though, coming over the top. I think 18 riders so far.
Yes, so I would take a look at that and say 8 riders very close together at the top of that in Category 5. 18 riders could come back together again, depending upon what that leading group of 8 do on the descent and the transition. That's going to be an interesting one to watch. Just taking a little watch now of the Category 3 race because they're at the 1 kilometre marker. Steady pacing here. We've got Beltram, Van Rossen, Salgado, Hadlock and Bulwara on our screens at the moment. They are all neatly ensconced within the group as they just push on here up the bridge. A little bit of a climb here, a little bit of a kick, opening up the legs. You can see the look of concentration on Gina Van Rossem's face. Hadlock and Beltran up and out of the saddle. Now Salgado and Bulwara as well on this little kick, on this little punch. The riders riding strongly. Now, Category 3 for me, and these riders will know, they've seen the start sheets, wide open today. Only 4 women with top 5s in January left in the category. All the other riders have gone up into Category 2. There's been a huge amount of movement between Category 3 and Category 2. Riot 3, as I indicated earlier, on paper look the strongest squad here. But, let's just say but, Grit look good. So do Cycle District 3. They look good. But as I indicated, with only 4 riders left with top 5 performances, this is about performances on the day, not performances during the month. So Category 3, it's going to be a really interesting one. Claudia Hyde, Angelica Vrobel there, Ting Liu, Geneva Ellos, Isabel Restrepo, Amy Bradley, all in that group and riding strongly at the moment. The pack rolling and rolling comfortably. You can see the stats on that screen indicate it's Zone 2, Zone 3 at the moment. So the riders well within themselves in Category 3 at the moment. A much steadier start than we've seen in some of the other races. Category 4 at the moment, we're going to go in with Kath Tompkinson. She's on your screen down there. She's part and parcel of this leading group, and it is stretched at the moment. Big pack here at the 4.2 kilometre marker. Let's remember they're heading to 4.8. That is where the polka dot banner is and where we are going to see them then head to the downhill.
So Category 4 on the way up to the top of the climb, where we've just seen Category 5 go over through the climbs competition. The team competition in Category 5 really interesting here because we've got Phoenix going through with every single team rider in Phoenix already over in that leading group. Momentum have taken their entire team over the top of the climb together in that lead group. So have the FCC pedal artists. 3 riders going over for FCC Cycleholics in the leading group. Cycling District 5 and Aeronova, the only teams that haven't got 3 riders in the leading group in Category 5. So really showing their very strong team representation right up at the front of that Category 5 race. We're going into Category 4. Gina Di Grazia leading over the summit here. You can see Gina out of the saddle here on the left-hand side of your screen in person. Keeps the power on over the top now, and now it's about getting that momentum momentum. She's got Carolus just in front. She's getting some draft here. And now's the time. There is the potential here for Gina Di Grazia to take this sprint. She's got Carolus for the draft. She's just got to get the timing right for the kick. Here she goes. Now comes the sprint. You've got Gawodska and Carolus kicking. Di Grazia's gone at 7.5, but coming from behind, we've got some big kicks coming over the top as well. I think Barand is going to go through at 7.5 watts per kilo. Barand, I think, just taking the points over the top of the climb, just waiting for confirmation. And it is going to be Barand, isn't it?
It is indeed. Marie-Pierre Barand going through in one, picking up the 5 points today. Gina Di Grazia coming through in third. We saw her on our screens. Gavots coming through. Corrales picks up 2 points. Vanenpar picks up 1 point. But the big news for me is that group is massive. 27 riders in that leading group. Make that 28, 29, 30, 31 riders still in contention, because the tail end of that group is not far back.
And I'm going to tell you now, Category 4 has got pretty much most of the teams with 3 riders in there.
Yes.
I can do that without even doing any maths, because 31 riders actually matches the number of riders in the teams. We know they're not all in there, but even if there's 1 or 2 missing, the odds are, because of the size of the race fields, it's going to be very unlucky for a team to have lost their third counter out of Category 4. But with 27, it'll take me far too long to work it out. So we're going to dive back in with the racing, because Category 3 are already onto the climb on the left-hand side of your screen. Category 6 at 5 over the top. Category 4 now over the top onto the descent, just a little kicker up on the far side. Category 3 onto the climb. Then it'll be Category 2 and 1 to get up and underway. Category 6, the furthest riders down the race route. They're at 13.9k, and that does mean that Category 6 have gone through the first of our sprints. That's the Wollongong sprint.
And the leading group down to 10 riders.
So 10 riders in that leading group. Notes Isacalio, Limbago, along with Arias, Gaviria, the riders taking points on the sprints. Hadjuk in that group, Timmons Conan in there as well. Slalak, Palaska, along with Bral, the 10 riders in the lead group. They've got a good gap as well, nearly 30 seconds.
They have, and then there is a big group behind, but those 10 riders now clear. Well, Diana Corrales is the rider we are watching at the moment in Category 3, and she is clear of 4 seconds from the pack. Take a look at that big pack hunting, and the rider they are hunting is out front. She is pushing towards the checkpoint, the first checkpoint of the day. That is the polka dot banner that is the top of the Wollongong climb, but there is still a significant way to go. De Pavia in the pack behind, keeping her powder dry. Now, Cara Machado de Pavia has a phenomenal sprint on her. We watch her week in, week out, getting her timing to perfection, whether that's at the top of the climb with a big punch, or whether that is on a sprint checkpoint, or at the finish line. So she is one to watch here. But it is going to be interesting to see whether Corrales' long-range attack here pays off, because she's still got some way to go. Well, whilst Diana Corrales tries to take that polka dot skin suit on the first climb of the day in Category 3, Category 2 are in the pen.
So Category 2, we have multiple riders waiting to go, as well as multiple teams ready to hit the start line and head out and away. 8 teams in Category 2. We've got 2 teams of 5 and 6 teams of 4. Our teams of 4, the Antipodean Racing Team, the Core Squad, along with the Core powered by Sprit Squad, the FCC Femcycle Collab United Cadence Team, the Velocity Vikings, and the Watt Team, all with 4 riders. The teams with 5, though. We have the Cat 2 Outcasts, Chelsea Magnus, Holly Bergen, Kerry Stewart, Maddie Steyer, and Stephanie Briggs for the Cat 2 Outcasts. Very strong squad. Along with Riot 2, another really strong squad. Anne-Marie Lip, Christy Tracy, Jem Riel, Kirsty Hebersmith, and Rutty Reese for the Riot 2 squad. But I have to say, it's not all about numbers here. Every single one of these teams is really strong in Category 2. I think it's going to be a great battle. There are a number of strong riders who are not in teams as well, who could really mix things up in Category 2. They're about to leave the pens, but let's get into Category 3 because they're coming to the top of the climb here. This is the key moment here. Diana Corrales with a 7-second gap just coming in towards this last section. Ballara's coming at speed, though, and Barbara Ballara's got the kick here. Ballara's going to go over the top of Corrales there, so Barbara Ballara getting the timing to perfection.
That was such a move because Diana Corrales went for that long range attack towards the midpoint of the climb. The pack were following, and Bulwara, what phenomenal timing from Bulwara on our screens at the moment to come over the top at the point that counts, takes those 5 points and the polka dot skin suit. Diana Corrales picking up 4 points, Camilla Salgado picking up 3, Larissa Heiborg picking up 2, Sabrina Horner picking up 1. The rest of the pack behind coming through so close together. Now, let me give you some information here. 41 riders on the start sheets in Category 3 today. Going over the top of that climb together, 29 of them. So 29 riders in the leading group at the top of the first climb in Category 3.
So Category 3, again, pretty much all of those teams represented by at least 3 riders at the top of that selection in Category 3. A quick reminder for you, Category 2 have just left the pens. Category 3 have just gone over the top of the climb. Category 4 on the descent and on to the far side. Category 5 working their way through the race route. And Category 6 already in and through past our first sprint and heading towards the second, if not past it. The riders spread right the way out over this race route. But let's take a dive into Category 2, Emma, if we can, because there's some really strong riders in Category 2, as well as some strong squads.
Well, let's just say last month in the December final, the win in the team competition was taken by Core Power by Spritz by 6.9 seconds from the FCC United Cadence. And I'm being exact with the 0.9 because at 7 seconds was the third team. So yes, 0.1 of a second back was the Watt team. So those 3 teams so close together last month, and I think we're going to see another very close team competition today. 41 riders on the start sheets. Core Power by Spritz, again strong. Kolkowitz and Gorea have both had top 5s this month. In the core squad, Kalman and Penna. Penna's been riding really strongly, and this is a course that does suit her. They've got Gonzalez, Rua, and Kuma. I think they could go well today. Miroz and Thompson, though, in the FCC United Cadence team have both had wins this month, both on phenomenal form. But they're joined by Hannah Hakkinen and Tia Tokalis, who have both come up from Category 3. So that's going to be a really interesting mix today. The Watt squad, Lizzie Brooks, Sarah Roach, Serena Vittori have all had top 5s this month. I think they're going to give everybody a run for their money. I think that tells me there are 4 teams that I think are seriously in contention. Can I just say one big shout out to the Cat 2 outcasts, because pretty much all of those riders have come up into Cat 2 in the last 5 weeks.
And acquitted themselves in style as well. So I have to say, when you've got race winners in your outcast squad, I'm not sure that they're particularly cast out from anything other than rightfully up into Category 2, which is where they are doing such a great job. The ultimate target for all of our riders get into Category 1, our elite category, where we have our teams represented. 7 teams racing, in fact, all but 1 rider in team competition duty. So we're going to run through our teams. Our teams with 4 riders, 3 teams with 4 riders. We've got the Watt sisters, Van Hove, Valensky, Velt, and Van Shaw. We've got Sweat Sensations, Guerra, Fua, Bruni, and Mayer. I nearly did 2 riders in one there. So Guerra, Fua, Bruni, and Mayer, the Sweat Sensations. Supernova, Caramello, Field, Personi, and Giovanni. There are teams with 4 riders. Our teams with 5. The FCC, Fem Cycle Club, Watt Wheel Squad, Wagner, Haag, Eck, Velner, Bjarhead, in the FCC Watt Wheel squad. In the FCC Endorphin squad, we've got Kittle, Alberg, Gallegos, Tomasi, and Coinstonen. In the FCC Chain Reaction squad, Van Heuling, Van der Vliet, Gothlander, Larsen, and Susnik. And in Ablock International, we have Kolczynski, Hermansen, Holcroft, Soderstrom, and the world champion, Kate McCarthy. They are absolutely packed with talent. Any one of these squads would be a squad that you would be proud to ride for. We'll see who will be proud on top of the table, leading our team competition as the last riders leave the pens in the women's competition for January on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's our finals. It's Category 1. Those yellow jerseys are up and away. And as you can see, because this is a race route of laps, they're going to start passing riders very quickly indeed, which will spice things up because all of our riders can draft each other if they've got the capability.
Well, they do indeed have the capability. 35 riders on the start sheets in Category 1 today, those 7 teams. And it's like we've taken the team competition and given it a shake for 2026 because there's been a little bit of juggling amongst the FemCycle collab teams. Bridget Kiddle, Camilla Alberg, Elise Gallegos, Francesca Tomasi, Amina Coinston, the FCC Endorphin squad. All I can say is what a crew. 3 of those riders have taken strong performances this month already. Alberg's had a 2nd and 2/3. Tomasi's had a 4th. Coinston's had a 3rd. We've got a massive push off the front from Charlotte Lucas. Now, that is an interesting move, I can tell you, because Lucas she's come up from Category 2. She's part and parcel of the Riot Squad, but she's also just on some superb form going down to the wire in the New Zealand Criterium Championships and taking a podium position there. But what can I say? I think we're going to see Ablock International, the FCC Endorphins, and of course the Sweat Sensations. Well, those 3 teams, keep your eyes peeled, could belong to any one of them today.
Well, let's see what the reaction is to Charlotte Lucas's move off the front of this race field here today. She's opened up a gap already, and that gap at the moment sitting at 9 seconds. We're not yet onto the climb. We're not yet even at the Vink flyover, but this is a great move off the front of the race field here, getting plenty of TV time as we look down on our riders below. Because I'm just looking at the reaction of the faces of the riders. I often think Category 1 riders should always be poker players because they're basically able to not let their emotions show when they're out and riding, to keep it calm, cool, calm and considered, even when actually panic stations is on or when they're absolutely giving it everything. It's often very hard to see in those, and they certainly in the initial stages of the racing. World champion Kate McCarthy, Jennifer Gosselander, Francesca Tomasi, Amina Coinston, and Catherine Fua are riders on screen in person and all in that leading group on the road at the moment in the Category 1 race.
Do you know, I'm sitting here looking at those 5 riders on the bottom of the screen thinking week in, week out, you see world-class riders on the Sunday Race Club, and it is an absolute joy. Well, Kate McCarthy, the world champion from New Zealand, will know Charlotte Lucas. I think she did indeed do a little bit of manipulation and encouragement, should I say, to get Charlotte Lucas onto the Sunday Race Club.
Manipulation sounded a little sinister there.
I know, and I thought that when that wrong word came out, because I thought maybe a little bit of encouragement could have been the right phrase.
Enthusiastic coercion.
Maybe. Who knows? We shall never find out unless I actually have a conversation with Kate or Charlotte. That may happen. But Lucas at the moment doing the business off the front at the moment. Do you know she's 17 seconds clear of this Category 1 race team? And the pack in Category 1 don't look that bothered at the moment. They are sitting zone 2, comfortable pace. Probably the steadiest start of the day.
Can I just say that if you had a crit specialist going off down the road
in an hour's race, it's a 50. I know it's a sub-hour race today.
It is, but it's a sub-hour race today for Category 1, and crits are usually round about an hour. Don't get me wrong. However, you don't often find crits that have 506 meters of ascent that include gradients of 12% with headwind sections on those climbs, as well as the tailwind sections with some big long dips, and of course that final rise to the line. So, I'll be honest, I've ridden a few crits in my time. I don't ever remember riding a crit with as much height climb as this. Close, but
crits,
you know,
suit a punchy rider. In and out the corners, Fast pace, up, down, up, down. Gonzalez Rua at the moment on your screen, a real punchy rider with a great big kick. Keep your eyes peeled because the banner is coming, and this is the Category 2 race, and it's a big group at the front. Eleanor Wiseman leading them out, Gonzalez Rua on the wheel, Tiffany Penner, Lizzie Brooke, all in the mix here, and this is going to be so close. Who is going to put their wheel out? Who is going to pick up the points and the polka dot skin suit? Well, Sarah Roach's. That was a nice move. So Sarah Roach picking up the 5 points. She'll go into the polka dots. Ruti Reese in 2, Katie Banerjee in 3, Katrin Nielsen, the tandem pilot in 4 from Sweden, and Maria Thompson. Well, she took her first win on the Sunday Race Club last week.
And those riders going through in what is effectively the lead group. 32 riders now, 33 riders going through, but the gaps are opening towards the back of that race field. Now, realistically, 25 in the leading group. The gap opening between the back wheel of Carrie Stewart and the front wheel of Stephanie Briggs. That's a gap of about 4 seconds in that gap, and that's between 25th and 26th place in that Category 2 race field. It is possible to get back on this descent if you get the timing right, but the big advantage for the group on this descent is that they've got that draft advantage on the way down. It is, though, a little bit of a tailwind on that descent. It's not huge. It's really tricky when you've got that tailwind there. The bunch advantage isn't as great. It does give the chance to get back on, but might not be needed.
Talking about bunch advantage, Kate McCarthy on your screens at the moment. She's in the bunch here in Category 1. They're 27 seconds now down on Charlotte Lucas. That's a massive gap to give Lucas at the moment. But McCarthy, well, she's punching now onto the base of the Wollongong climb here on the course in Australia, along with the rest of the riders here. She's got Velt, Field, Coinston and Bissoni for company. Other great climbers. Van Hooling is there as well as Giovanni. Gallegos in the mix. So is Kulczynski. Kulczynski's been having a great season. She's been in the top 5 week in, week out, putting in some really strong rides. Always goes well on a climbing course, but actually she's becoming a real all-rounder, and fabulous to see her continue to progress. But Charlotte Lucas is the rider they're chasing in Category 1 at the 3.7 kilometre marker. Category 2 over the top at 6.6. Category 4 at the 15.3 kilometre marker. They're coming round again, the base of the climb for the second time, starting at 19.7, which tells me Category 6 are already on the climb for the second time.
And you can see the sprint just going down in Category 4 to come in through what is the second of our sprints, the City Beach Sprint. We've already had Category 6 and Category 5 go through. Category 6 and Category 5 going through with just basically the same riders that went over the summit of the Wollongong climb the first time. So Category 6, the same riders going over the summit in that leading group. In Category 5, it was 17 riders going over the summits. Valana just being distanced by about 5 seconds as they came through those sprints. In Category 4, we've got 11 riders at the front of the race route going through. They've got an 8-second gap in Category 4. So that is Toms, Carolus, along with Baran, Pamplona, Kawazuska, Vanapar, De Grazia, Hamas, and Goodall, and Montoya. They have the gap, along with Frias from Taylor at the moment. Big chasing group behind of another 8 riders or so.
Well, I can tell you what's going on in the Category 1 race, and that is that Charlotte Lucas has been caught. Camilla Ahlberg, now the rider taking up the mantle on the climb in that Category 1 race. Part and parcel of that FCC Endorphin squad. Ahlberg, we know she's a great climber. You can see her on your screen now, the Swedish rider. She's got around 4 seconds, and it's her teammate, Mina Koinsinen, who's on the front of the pack. Francesca Tomasi is there as well. So this is a big response to the first climb from that Endorphin squad. And Ahlberg absolutely dialing it here. Van Hooling is the rider doing the chasing. Punchy ride from Liz Van Hooling at the moment. What a move. Trying to close this down. Ahlberg comes into the descent. The final punch coming. The kick where we saw earlier on in some of the other categories, the pack coming from behind, and there is the pack. You can see it behind Camilla Ahlberg as Ahlberg now drives for the banner that will give the rider who goes under first the polka dot skin suit. Is it going to be Ahlberg? Yes, it is. They're coming fast from behind, but Ahlberg is going to take this climb. She's going to take the polka dots here. Even Kate McCarthy, the world champion, isn't going to close it down. But the pack is not far behind.
Nice timing by Arberg there to go over the top, doing enough. You can see she didn't need to go deeper than those 7 watts per kilo that were giving her that advantage on the climb. And the kick from behind that came, it was coming at 10, 11 watts per kilo at times, but it wasn't enough to bring back Arberg with the gap. So she takes the first of the points on the top of the climb. So Wollongong climb, number 1 complete for all of our race categories, going through Arberg from McCarthy, Tomasi Gallegos Guerra, our point scorers on the first ascent. Remember, twice up the climb. That is the climb that gives us the totals of our climbs competition. And I suspect, Emma, how many in that leading group of our initial bunch of 35 riders leaving the race start?
Let's just take a look, shall we? Because Koistunen is there, Fur is there, Van Hooling is there, Velt is there, Kulczynski, Bruni, Soderstrom, Mayer, Holdcroft. Then we start to see the gaps. So 14 riders tightly bunched together. Then Van Hove, Larsen, Bassoni, Hermansen, Sopers, Kittel, Giovanni, all on the tail. And you can see on the top right-hand corner of your screen where that tail sits. And the group starting to form behind. What we're watching at the moment is the leading group on the road in Category 1. The question is, will that group let them come back? I think the answer is going to be no, because look at how punchy this leading group are on this small climb here before they take the final section of the descent. We've got one big group spread on the road, a small gap with another group chasing hard. How hard are these Category 1 groups going to chase, and are we going to see them come back together, or are we going to see 3 groups form at the front of that Category 1 race? In the Category 2 race, they're a little further down the road. They're at the 9.5 kilometre mark. They're coming towards the first sprint checkpoint. It is literally just around the corner. They're going to take this left-hand bend. They're going to sight the banner, but the pack are rolling. And I'll tell you something, there's some strong sprinters in here. Gonzalez, Rua waiting at the moment, but Reese is here. Vittori's here. This move starts to go, and Ruchi Reese on the front here. Serena Vittori pushing on. The pack is rolling. Reese, I think, wow, Reese just takes that, I think. Gonzalez, Rua coming from behind. But that really was not really a huge push and sprint. Vittori, Reese, Gonzalez, Rua, Hakkinen, and Gourea, the 5 riders who, I want to say, rolled through at the front of the pack rather than initiated a clear sprint there. Lizzie Brooks, Sarah Lundin, Katrin Nielsen, all part and parcel of the leading group. Thompson is there, Marb is there, Wiseman is there, Manshandi is there. Kalman in the mix, so is Svardström, Heber Smith, Kolkowitz, Lip, Banerjee, Kuma, Penna, Roach. Yes, it is indeed a huge group of riders still in contention. 24 riders in Category 2 at that point on the road.
So let's just dive back in with Category 1 now that we've got Category 2 coming through as a big group. Going over the top, there were 14 riders essentially very close together. Now, this actually, when you split this down, is actually 12 riders with 2 riders at 2 seconds. And then behind our leading group of 14, if you include those 2 in the 12, the next group are about 4 seconds back. Now, when it comes to the team competition, we've been looking at this and working out who, where, what, when, and how. Big teams in there. Avlock International have 3 teams in the leading 12 with one of their riders in the chasing duo. So Kulczynski, McCarthy, and Soderstrom are in there with the chase coming from Holdcroft behind. When it comes to the FCC chain reaction, they've only got Van Heuling in that leading group. So they've only got the 1 rider in there. So it's going to be really down to what the 2 riders behind can do out of the rest of those 4. When it comes to the FCC Endorphin squad, now this is a new mix of riders of Kittel, Arberg, Gallegos, Tomasi, and Koistunen. Arberg, Gallegos, Tomasi, and Koistunen went over the summit in the lead, with Arberg again pushing on here very early, keeping the pace high. The What Wheels don't have anybody in that leading team. In that leading 14 riders. Neither do Supernova. Sweat Sensations, though, have all 4 of their team up there. Guerra, Fua, Bruni in the leading 12. And the riders chasing behind, that was Nicole Mayer, who I think has made contact. We're going to just do a double check on that as they come through. And then We have got the last rider in that group. She's Amelia Veld, the one rider representing the Watt sisters up there. Remembering that we have 7 teams and 7 prizes in contention, you can see one lead group, one big chase group behind. What happens? It's going to be so key. Every single rider is going to have to ride themselves absolutely to the limit here today, because although maybe we could say potentially the top 3 teams out there, Arblock International, FCC Endorphin, and Sweat Sensation, have got representation in the leading group, and those 3 are battling it out for the top 3. There are prizes for 7, so 4 teams out of the rest of the 4 teams to decide where those prizes go. It's going to be about what happens in Group 2, not in Group 1.
Well, Group 2 is splitting, and you can see that at the moment. Rather than one big group, it's now 2 smaller groups, but they are very close together. But the big gap is between those 2 chase groups and the leading group at the moment, and that's because the pace has not come off this leading group in Category 1 since they went over the top of the first climb. Camilla Ahlberg has been really instrumental in keeping that pace high all the way through here. She kept the pace high on the descent. She's keeping the pace high now again. McCarthy right at the front here, so is Tomasi, so is Gallegos, and this is the push now for the green banner that you can see in front of you. It's the first sprint checkpoint of the day, and it's being contended by a very small select group of Category 1 racers.
So it looks like Gabby Guerra is going to take away the sprint checkpoint prize here today on the Wollongong sprint number 1. Goes through into that green skin suit as the leader of that competition. So with 1 sprint complete and 1 climb complete, the sprint jersey on the shoulders of Gabby Guerra, the climb jersey on the shoulders of Camilla Ahlberg, the World Champs jersey on the legend that is Kate McCarthy, as the defending champion going into the last championship, then doing that defense in style, taking 2 in a row. Can't wait to see what happens when we go into the World Championships for 2026.
Okay, so the big news going through that checkpoint is the leading group is down to 11 riders. Merle Bruni from the Sweat Sensations is now on the other side of the group, 22 seconds back with Nicole Mayer. Those 2 riders are the closest chasers to that leading group, but they are indeed 22 seconds behind.
So we've gone down from 14 down to 12, now down to 11 leading riders. Soderstrom, Fur, Korchinski, Koisten and Van Hooling, McCarthy, Tomasi, Gallegos, Veld, Ahlberg and Guerra leading as they go in and through. So the Category 1 riders at the moment, they've gone over the top of the first climb. As you can see, that Wollongong climb number 1. They've gone down up the little spike on the way down, and then they've gone through the Wollongong sprint. They're heading across. Their next port of call will be the City Beach Sprint. They were the last riders out of the pen. The first riders out of the pen were the Category 6 riders, and to give you an indication of how far they are, they have gone through both of our climbs on the way through. So the climbing is done and dusted in terms of climb checkpoints for Category 6. They've gone in through over the top. The leading, in fact, a lot of that pack, 23 riders are through that checkpoint. Breaking that down, Emma, it looks like they're flying. In fact, Category 5 have just gone over the summit as well. Rapaz has gone through, leading Category 5. So Category 6 and Category 5 now over the top of the second competition. In Category 5, the riders still coming through in 1s and 2s over the top of that climb. Category 6, our riders coming in through. It was Cynthia Nevares Hoyas who took them over the top. Marita Escalio going through in second place. Angie Gaviria Arias going through in 3rd place. I think it's going to be Palaska who goes through over in 4th place, and 5th place is Monica Hadjuk. But really interesting the way this race is broken up. Very tough day today in Category 6.
It is. It's been fast and furious from the get-go in Category 6, but the Velocity Viper 6 team look as though they've got riders right at the front with Arias and Hoyas both in the mix. While Category 1 at the moment, Camilla Ahlberg still in this leading group, and this leading group still riding strongly. They're at the 12.3 kilometre marker, and they are rolling well. Alberg looking like she's doing a little bit of texting there between the team, perhaps, but they've got to be pleased with how this is going. They really have taken the race by the scruff of the neck, the FCC endorphins.
And when it comes to taking sort of communication on the move, different riders have different ways that they like to communicate. Some people like to have their earphones in and to talk to their teammates. And I think you're of that school.
I am. Texting via fat thumbs anyway.
Really?
Without racing.
Okay, yeah. You struggle with the screens anyway. I thought it was just because you couldn't see it. Whilst I'm busy insulting my co-host, it's probably fairly accurate. However, the riders on the way through, some riders will communicate by using a Discord channel, for example, and then chatting as Emma does. Other riders want to send it by message, so you've got that in there. I always think it's a real balance between the two. If you've got the breath to speak and to talk, you're probably not going hard enough when you're racing. But if you've got the energy to then focus on a screen and message as well, it's tricky, but it does mean that at least you can pick the message up. If you don't catch it on the way through, you can take a look back. So communication key. A lot of the teams just getting that down and getting that right can make a big difference in the team.
It can do. And talking about teams, Category 4 have just gone over the Wollongong climb for the second time, and Sarah Corrales doing the business big style there. And you can see this is the group now on the descent, but Corrales really pushing on again. Picking up those 5 points. The interesting point, though, looking at the leading group, Corrales has got 6 seconds on the chase group, one rider 2 seconds behind her. And then we've got this group behind, looking like it's around 10, 11 riders in total.
And that was as they came over the top of the summit. But Corrales, with the gap at the moment, the chase group behind that second rider, who's just in no man's land, being swallowed up by the group. And that's the power of the pack coming back together again on the way down here. And just leaving Corrales out front here. Very interesting to see what happens to the riders behind, having to battle to get back into the chasing group behind in Category 4. So another tough day of racing here. It's something that we see time and time again on the Australia Wollongong course. The racing fast and furious, but going from the gun. One thing to remember for all of our riders, even when you are a rider who's gone over the top of our 2 climb checkpoints, the climbing is not all over, because when we come in towards our finish, we have that final climb, which is a 3K run to the finish from the sprint. It's about 2.8 from the base of the climb to the top of the climb. It is not easy by any stretch of the imagination, that last climb. Well, it's steep and it's going to really, really hurt because it's coming right at the end of the race.
The whole of this course, I think, is, I almost wanted to use the word nasty, because the 2 Wollongong climbs, 216 metres of elevation in total. Yes, for those of you who were at the start of the show, 506 metres in total today means that there is more climbing on the rest of the course than there is on the 2 major categorised climbs.
And it's really notable, isn't it, when you ride around Australia as a world on MyWhoosh, one of the many, many worlds that are available on MyWhoosh. Make sure you do go jump on board, download the app on iOS, on Android, on Windows. So get on board and come and ride on MyWhoosh. You don't have to go racing. You can train. You can do a free ride. You can do one of the many missions that are out there. Don't forget, great mission coming up in February. With effectively 7 stages to do. The mission, complete those stages are going to be done in sequence. It's about 3 or 4 days of each one. So they're spread over 3 weeks, the first 3 weeks of February, about 3 or 4 days to complete it. There are time zones every 4 hours in the day the mission will run. So it runs every 4 hours during the course of the day. So whatever time zone you're in, there's a chance to ride. So whether you want to ride it or you want to race it, jump on board. There'll be one global leaderboard for riders having completed it on there, so you can see whether you've made it through and completed, how many stages you've done, how long it takes to do that. You can compare that to your friends. Jump on board. A great way to keep that fitness going right the way in and through the first 3 weeks of February. So do jump on board. Come and join and get out on the race route and ride around Australia, which is one of the hardest routes, I think, or one of the hardest worlds to ride in.
Well, Category 1 about to come up to the next sprint checkpoint, the second sprint checkpoint. Gabby Guerra, keep your eyes peeled on the green skin suit. Category 2 have already gone through here. Catherine Nelson took the 5 points from Serena Vittori. 29 riders in the leading group in Category 2 at that point. As Camilla Alberg goes again. Take a look at this. Guerra's got some some work to do if she wants to catch Alberg. Alberg is like, today is my day on the Sunday Race Club.
And what a sprint, what a kick. And that puts her right up there. She's been pushing it all the way through. Guerra's going to hold on to the jersey at the moment just because of the basis of points accrued so far. But we've got the climb to come where Alberg has been excelling on the way through and Guerra's been battling coming through. This is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, so Alberg takes 5 points that time. Guerra takes 4. The reverse of what we saw on the Wollongong sprint, the first sprint of the day. It's all going to come down to that final sprint as to who takes the sprint competition overall in Category 1. Mina Koistonen came through and picked up 3 points. McCarthy picked up 2 and Velt picked up 1. Really, really interesting what's playing out in Category 1 today. 11 riders still in that leading group. And the gap now 21 seconds back to Mayer and Bruni, the 2 riders chasing behind.
So that gap unlikely to come back down again unless there's a major easing in this group. The riders down in zone 1, zone 2, just trying to get that recovery done. You can see Gabby Guerra at the back of this group in that green skin suit, looking to recover, get the heart rate back down again, already down at 131 beats per minute and dropping, still now down to 130, sitting in the draft, sitting with the group, making sure she gets as much recovery done. It's a real key sign of how fit riders are, is how fast that heart rate drops. And you can see that yourself if you're out regularly riding, whether you're doing the training plan on MyWhoosh. The fitter you get, the faster that heart rate drops back down again. You can accelerate it up and drop down. It's more responsive. And that is when you're recovering. You ride at zone 1, zone 2. Zone 1 is recovery. It's a very underrated ride zone to go out and actually use. It's the zone nobody trains. Is zone 1. A really interesting podcast I was listening to, but it's a zone nobody trains because everybody thinks they do lots of zone 1, which is utter recovery. But actually, you rarely do. If you're a rider training to race, you train everything else, and you rarely actually ride in zone 1. You've almost certainly the lowest you'll ride is zone 2, and yet zone 1 isn't that. Oh, Emma's just going to make a point here.
No, I wasn't going to make a point. I was putting my hand up because I do actually sometimes when I just want a really easy spin and a real recovery ride, I just ride zone 1.
And it's a real benefit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed.
It's one of those things that you really do need to make time to fit in. It that lets your body get that recovery done.
Talking about making time, Wollongong Climb Lap 2, Category 3 have gone over the top, and this time 17 riders in the leading group. So the leading group getting smaller now in Category 3. Diana Corrales, though, she's been doing a phenomenal job, but she has been battling all race with Barbara Bulwara, and they are battling again. Corrales takes the 5 points, Bulwara takes the 4. Daniels in the mix, De Pavia in the mix, Tucanis, Zimmerman, Horner, Lytton, Essler, Heiborg, Simkin, Restrepo, Pentland, Silva. They are all right up there in that leading group. And then following that 14th place from Liliana Silva, the gaps start to form.
Just taking a look on our screens in Category 1, Camilla Alberg and Francesca Tomasi just on the front of the group, just winding the pace up here. You can see Alberg and Tomasi on your screens in person. Left-hand side, Tomasi quickly out of the saddle here. There's McCarthy starts to use the Vink flyover potentially for an attack here. Goes at 6.5 watts per kilo. We know she's got more than that. It's certainly keeping the pace tough here today. And the instant response comes. Everybody wants to be in on the act here. Nobody wants to let those gaps go. Mina Koistonen charging to the front of that group, holding the front of the group together there for the FCC Endorphin squad, who are really on the ball here today. Category 1 over the flyover. That group still just about holding together. Just a quick interlude here. Category 6, interesting move. So just about to drop down into the low point of today's course. They've gone past the 30k marker. Your lone leader is Marita Isakalo.
Yes.
He's got 36 seconds from the chasing group behind. She's got the descent to do, so there's a little riser here, this little kick here that she's going to come round to, and then she's going to drop down into the low point in towards the equipment and then kick up the other side. When she does that kick up, she's going to have an advantage. The question will be, will it be enough? How much energy has she expended? For me, this is potentially a race-winning move, and I think the rest of the riders letting this move go is a fundamental error. If unless they've got something up their sleeve, something really magic.
Well, it's 49 seconds at the moment. The gap the Category 6 rider has is a Callio. But it's a group behind, and they're going to be battling for top 5 positions amongst themselves because they could be moving quickly.
And they're going into this descent. They go over the bridge, and then you descend down. And we've got to remember that it's based on speed. Izakale over the top, so the time gap increases because her speed picks up, whilst the chasing group behind were onto the climb, their speed relatively lower. That means that the time gap shows as being longer. The time gaps are live time gaps based on the speed of the rider at that time and the distance that they have covered so far.
Well, Category 1 and Category 2 now coming up to the Wollongong climb for the second time. It's just these 2 race fields who have not been over this section of course yet. All the other 4 race field categories on the run to the finish line, but Category 2, Category 1, for now, the only way is up.
It is. Although there is a slight descent on the way to the finish. So whilst you're quoting lyrics from Yaz and the Plastic Population from the 1990s, I think it is. I don't think it's the 2000s. I've got to say, there is that little descent that just really does mix it up. So the only way is up until it goes down. How's that?
Good.
Okay, thank goodness for that. Maria Thompson on the front of the race route for category, on the front of the race leader for Category 2. Lizzie Brooker in pursuit in Category 2 here, immediately behind. Brooker looking to make the most. Been out to, I've seen, I think, doing some strength training this week on social media. So been working on making sure she's got the power.
Here's a question for you. What does Maria Thompson and Katerina Karamani have in common?
They both moved up from Category 3?
No. They're both coached by Jason Osborne.
Are they? Okay.
Katerina Karamani recently taken her first win in Category 2 on the Sunday Race Club and moved up to Category 1. Maria Thompson took her first win as well on the Sunday Race Club very recently.
And it's one of those things, isn't it? It's the best thing to make you go fast on a bike of any description. The best value for money. It's not buying something with ceramic or something shiny or something more aero. The biggest difference you can make for the biggest bang for your buck, the biggest time saving for your buck, the biggest power increase, basically, is get yourself structured training with a coach. Because the coach also has that way to really wind you and keep you driving. So it's time to see how our riders get on and head out onto the second part. We've gone and reached the top of Summit 1. We're going to drop down and climb back up again here. So time to kick on as we make the move here at the front of the race. Lizzie Brooke leading this. Camilla Moroz is here. Moroz got a phenomenal sprint on her. So is Gonzalez Rua, who's now, as if by magic, appeared up at the front of the race at the right time. Timing from Gonzalez Rua, always key here. Always great to get the shot of Gonzalez Rua. She doesn't want to get dropped out of contention. I don't think she's bothered so much about the checkpoint.
I think she's waiting for the finish. Banerjee, Thompson, Brooke, Gonzalez, Rua, Miros and Weisman all in the mix here going through and over. Thompson picks up the 5 points. Brooke picks up 4. The race is still on in Category 2. Look at that group. What a brilliant race going on here. And the number of riders still in contention. We are looking at...
You can't scroll fast enough,
I can't scroll fast enough. I'm looking at 21 riders before we start to see significant gaps.
So 21 riders in that leading group of riders over the top. 1 or 2 little gaps in there. It is stretched out because we're on to the descent. Very interesting. It was really interesting watching the face there of Dorothy Gonzalez-Rua as she was riding up. You could see that she wasn't determined to kick on and to go clear there. It was about staying in the group there and staying in the pack. And that's not a tactic being employed here by McCarthy. McCarthy's gone on the offensive. We're on climb number 2. McCarthy's gone. She's got Guerra at 4 seconds. She's got nearly 20 seconds to the next rider, which is Camilla Alberg, currently in 3rd position. Tomasi leading the chase in 4th. Van Heuling in that group as well. But for me, we're really seeing a massive separation here. You're seeing the green come to the top as we come over the top of McCarthy, Guerra, and Alberg. Really is going by the form book that we've seen in the last month of racing each and every Sunday.
Yeah, it is indeed. And McCarthy doing the business. She's on your screen. Olberg up and out of the saddle. So is Tomasi, Coinston, Guerra pedaling closely together. She's only 5 seconds back from McCarthy. And for me now, this is about, can Guerra get back onto McCarthy's wheel on this small punch or on the descent? Because these two could go together. If Guerra can close the gap, this is one of the closest gaps I've seen recently between McCarthy and Guerra at the high point on the course.
Oh, we saw McCarthy, though, as she came down the descent, she rested. The moment she hit the dip, she accelerated and she punched over the top. And she's looking here because it doesn't stop climbing when you get to that polka dot banner. It climbs over the top. McCarthy puts in a massive dig until she gains momentum and starts rolling down. Now she's freewheeling. Guerra's gone over the top, breathing deep. She's keeping her legs sticking around, and now she starts pedaling. She goes into that descent. It's just about making sure that you get that drive over the top. Coiston and Alberg all driving through. So is Tomasi here. They've got to work their way down into this descent and build up speed. You can see we're in at the very front here with McCarthy just keeping a little bit of a kick to build that speed and drive here. Emma, over the top of the climb.
Yes, McCarthy goes through in one, picking up the 5 points. So she is 6 seconds clear of Guerra at the top. She's 17 seconds clear, or should I say Guerra is 17 seconds clear of the chase group. Gallegos, Tomasi, Fua, Söderström, Alberg, Koinstinen, Van Hooling, and Kulczynski all in that chase group at 17 seconds from Guerra, which puts them at 23 seconds from McCarthy. Further back, well, another 23 seconds back, it's Velt and then Bruni.
And in terms of the team competition, Ablock International have enough riders in that leading group. The Sweat Sensations don't. They are now reliant on their third count, who's not in the lead group, dependent on what the time is there. The FCC Endorphin Squad also, they've got Coiston in that league group, and Alberg in that league group, and Tomasi in the league group, and Gallegos in the leading group at the top of the climb. So I mean, really, really going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Well, and this now is all about what kind of gap can McCarthy get, what kind of gap can Guerra get, and how much will those time gaps aid their teams. But I can tell you, Gabby Guerra is closing down Kate McCarthy. It's now at 4 seconds.
4 seconds, but for me, this is the rest, recovery, and then kick phase. You're coming into the base here, and you can see behind McCarthy, Guerra now pushes, and I think this is where this time gap's going to be very, very telling indeed. Guerra out of the saddle here, just drives on through around that turn. McCarthy's out of the saddle here, keeping the pressure. Really interesting to see what the tactics are here. Guerra's tactics simple: chase. You put yourself in with the position, in with the chance of the win. McCarthy's tactics, though, does she keep pushing? Because that's what the face is saying. That's what the body language is saying. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a push here. She's making Guerra work for it. This is not going to be a come on board, let's ride to the finish together. This is, you want this, you've got to get on the wheel. You're going to have to work to get here. There's McCarthy out of the saddle on each and every rise. Guerra responding to this. That gap still holding at 4 seconds. Who will break first? Who is going to be able to hold this to the finish? This is a battle of will. This is mind over matter. This is not listening to your legs. This is not listening to your lungs. This is not listening to that nagging doubt in your head about, am I doing the right thing? You've got to be focused. You've got to drive. McCarthy again driving it here. Guerra pushing on behind. 3 seconds is the gap now. Are we going to see the move come back? Is this going to be Guerra onto the wheel? She's not into the draft yet. McCarthy, you can see, really driving now. The gap at 3 seconds still. Guerra is coming at nearly 6 watts per kilo. McCarthy's holding
Guerra
just under 5.
Guerra is closing it down, I'll tell you. And she's Well, the motivation to chase really key here. McCarthy, you can see the work. You can see the DS to the Ablock International crew. Dylan Kenner sat next to McCarthy, motivating and driving her on. But Guerra, you can see that considered look of concentration on her face. She's closed the gap down from 6 seconds to 3 seconds. And I'll tell you something else. The group behind are also holding the gap. It's now 19 seconds. The gap, it was 23. So the group behind working well as indeed.
So the riders on the way in McCarthy's face, absolutely racked with effort as you went up those kicks. Guerra looking like she's going to get on the wheel here and have some energy on the way in through. Now it's about what happens as they drive onwards. Two very different race programs for these riders. McCarthy very much at the moment. It's the summer in the Southern Hemisphere, doing a lot of road training, a lot of running outside. Guerra very focused, putting in some big hours on the e-bike, on the cycling esports platforms to get the racing done, to get the training in there together now, and they are our leaders in the gap at the moment. It's back, but it's back to a chase.
Well, it is indeed. And now the question for me is, what do Guerra and McCarthy do? Because if they now sit up because they are together, it's coming down the time gap to the chase group.
So we're going to dive across. We're going to let the rides continue in category 1, 2, 3, and 4, because category 6 now starting to approach our race finish. The finish today at 37 kilometers, and Marita Isacalio at the moment at the 36.3k marker, 700 meters to go. Category 5 are not that far behind either. Now, Isacalio, the last time we went to her, it was about a 45-second gap as she went over the top and into the descent. The gap currently showing at 29 seconds. To Polaksowski as well as Limbargo. It looks like Hoyerson and Reyes not all that far behind. The gap is yo-yoing, but for me, Marita Isacalio has done the business here today.
Well, the Finnish rider really racing strongly. She's joined the Sunday Race Club not too long ago, and she's really got to grips with what it takes to race on a Sunday here in Category 6. She's put in some strong performances this month. She was second in Category 6 on the endurance climb back in qualifier 1. She was third last week on the Dragon's Nest in Japan. She has done some phenomenal performances, and that has taken her to where she is today, right at the front of this category 6 race. Well, with not that far to go, she's going to sweep around the left-hand bend. She's going to see the UCI banner. It is only 150 meters away from her. That is the finish of the January final for the category 6 rider. She's 25 seconds clear of the chase behind. It is going to be a huge sprint for second place in category 6, but there's no sprint for Isacalio here. She goes underneath the UCI banner to take the win in the January final, the first final of 2026. Isacalio doing a phenomenal job in the category 6 race. She's coming in and over the line. The chase on behind.
And that sprint behind is going to be really interesting. Second, third, fourth, fifth places. They're going to have to make their way into that line. Just taking a quick look down at category 5 before those riders come in category 6 in the rest of the places. And we've seen Gentili at the moment with a 4-second gap to the chasing group behind, much closer here in category 5. Category 6, the riders just coming in through.
Yeah, they are indeed. So in second place, Ferron came through to take that sprint. Pulaski came through for third. Hadjuk for fourth. Gaviria Arrayas for fifth. Limbarga, Narvaez and Notes just out of the top 5.
So don't forget all of the race results on MyWhoosh.com. Go to the main menu, hit results, and then you'll see all of the live events. It's live at the moment, so all the results are provisional until they're verified, and that's when you see that blue sealed stamp of approval. Lots of information, analysis, and stats for you on MyWhooshinfo.com. So make sure you go there, www.mywhooshinfo.com, across all of our race categories. The riders now are very interesting to see that the leading group, McCarthy and Guerra both being absorbed by our leaders in Category 1. And there's another attack off the front by guess who?
Camilla Alberg. It was an 18-second gap last time we saw when McCarthy and Guerra came together. The group have caught back, though it looks like Mika Soderstrom not part and parcel of that group. So it's looking to me like Tomasi, Queenston and Gallegos, Alberg, the riders who have come back together again. So 5, 6, 7 riders came back together again in that Category 1 race. And I'll tell you something. Look at the positioning of the FCC Endorphins. They are absolutely motoring today. McCarthy and Guerra have company. And the real issue for McCarthy and Guerra now is they've got teammates together as company.
And they've clearly working together, and they're not worrying about anything else. They're just going down there and dialing it and going in. If you want to know what the prize money is for our teams in each of our race categories, then don't forget, go onto the website, go to www.mywhoosh.com, then go on to the events. You'll see that there is 3 different things you can click on for the Sunday race club. There will be the next men's race, the next women's race, that's qualifier 1, so hit those if you want to join those. But if you want the main page, go on to mywhoosh.com, go to the events and click on to the Sunday race club, and you can get the full price list, the full rule set, the technical guide, the works on there. Well worth doing if you want to race, or if you just want some information about what the prize funds are for everything. We're back in with Category 5. The chase is on behind Rapaz. Interesting to see this group just starting to break up here.
Yeah, well, Monica Rapaz, 15 seconds up the road at the moment. Brooke Samuel on your screen right now. She's leading the charge behind Katie Bago as they come to the top of the climb, right on her wheel. Sonnerson, Petrova, Gentili, Smithson, not that far behind. This Category 5 race is interesting now, and it's into the final 700 metres.
It is indeed. Monica Rapaz up the road here. You can see with the polka dot skin suit on her shoulder. She's going to take that away. That can't be taken by anybody. She's just got to finish this race, but she's not just finishing it. She's on the course to win the race here today. Remember, it is a tricky finish to dial out unless you are clear on your own. I think these race leaders are very aware of that. Taking the left-hand turn is key. Rapaz leading Category 5. The battle for second and third between Bago and Samuel at the moment. A leader, though, looking good. Monica Rapaz has been absolutely on fire at those climbs. It's paid off today. She's put the climbing ability on the climbs into effect on that ascent out, and now it's Rapaz approaching the line.
Well, Monica Rapaz took second place last week in Japan on qualifier 3. She's going to go one better today on the January final. She's going to swing around now and sight the UCI banner in the Category 5 race. Rapaz has put in a phenomenal performance today, being dominant on the climbs, wearing that polka dot skin suit. That is the banner. She's going to put on yellow as well. Rapaz takes the win today in Category 5. Well, the chase is on behind between Samuel and Bago. This is for second place. It's looking like Brooke Samuel's got the kick. She's going to take second place today. Katie Bago in third.
So Bago goes over the line, taking the final podium spot. Great riding by our riders in Category 6 and 5. The leaders in and home riders scattered out around the course. Remember, if you're out there racing, every second counts in this team competition. Every single rider placing is going to be critical. We're moving across towards Category 4, who again are approaching the line at speed. 500 meters to go, and it's a big group of riders coming in. Pamplona and Vinenpar, Freyasa, Hamarson, Montoya, Gina de Gracia in there as well. They're going to be kicking for the line. This is the run in here. We've only got 2 left turns to go. It's a big group, though, all together. Pamplona leading out.
It is indeed Pamplona, Vanenpar, Frias, Hamas, and Montoya. Catherine Montoya does indeed have a kick, but so does Gina de Gracia. De Gracia, look at her on the back of the group. Can she close it down? Kawazuska is in there as well, but it's Vanenpar with the kick off the front. She's gone long. She's gone hard. She knows she's got this sweeping banner at the moment. Sarah Corrales is coming. So is Anna Frias, Corrales, Vanenpar. Can Vanenpar lead this out and hold this? Montoya is now coming fast from behind. The banner is coming. I think Frias is just going to take that from Laura Vanenpar right on the line. And it is indeed right on the line, 0.05 of a second. Anna Frias from Cycle District 4B takes it from Lauren Vandenpaar from the FCC Wattworks squad. Sarah Corrales, Catherine Montoya and Maria Hjalmarsson rounding out the top 5.
And Maria Hjalmarsson leading the Rebel Union to the team win in Category 4. Hjalmarsson, Kawazuska and De Grazia riding through to the finish. Their top 3 riders in that leading group. The only team in Category 4 to come through to finish. In Category 5, the Phoenix squad coming through. Bago leading Petrova and Gentili to the win ahead of the Pedal Artists and the Momentum team in Category 5. In Category 6, the FCC Cadence crew come through, led by Hajuk, Timmons, Conan, Holtman, Webber and Scriven, taking the win from Cycling District from the Velocity Vipers and the Cherry Pies in Category 6. Looks like Rebel Union have been joined on the leaderboard in terms of teams by the FCC Wattworks squad, Vandenpaar, Carolus and Tomps coming through. And it shows you Hjalmarsson in 5th, but being backed up by 7th place Kawazuska, 9th place Gina Grazia in that Category 4 race. It's strength in depth in the teams that makes a huge difference.
It is indeed. And I tell you something, 15 riders in this leading group in Category 3. The top spot is going to be a battle. The top team as well, because it's a big, big crew running into the finish line. They've got around 600 metres to go. They're up and out and over the final climb of the day. It's the final 600-metre run to the line that is going to be important. Is it going to be the rider who goes first? Is it going to be the rider who keeps their powder dry and gets their timing right? Bulwara is in there. She's in the polka dot skin suit. Corrales wears green, leader of the sprint competition. But there are a number of other strong riders in there as well. And I'll tell you something, it's already winding itself up on the front at the moment. It's Brittany Litton who's gone hard, gone long. De Pavia is the rider following her at the moment. Heiborg is in there too. So is Bulwara. She's got a kick as well. But the question is, who times this right? Heiborg is coming. Brittany Litton is leading it out. Litton's on your screen at the moment. It's night time in New Zealand and Litton is lighting up the fire here. Halberg is coming. So is Simkin and Tulkanas. Come on, Brittany Litton. Can you take this all the way to the line? The line is coming and Brittany Litton is going to make it in Category 3. Litton takes the win from Esler, I think, in second place.
The close down from the group there. Litton sat down a few hundred metres. No, not even that. I think about 50 metres from the line. And I thought it was going to be all over there. I thought Litton had eased up, had capitulated. She found something from somewhere. Absolutely chapeau. Good job done there by Brittany Litton to hold on to take that against a phenomenal sprint. Timing key here. Lone leaders kicking away to the finish. Going early is certainly looking like it's key here today.
Well, 3 seconds separating the top 14 riders in that sprint, and Brittany Litton takes top spot. For the Riot 3 squad, Eva Esler takes second, Melissa Simpkin takes third, Larissa Heiborg takes fourth, Sabrina Horner takes fifth, Takanis Daniels, Restrepo, De Pavia, Bulwara round out the top 10.
And 8 riders inside of 1 second of each other, 0.997 of a second, separating first to what is 8th place. Absolutely phenomenal riding in Category 3. In Category 3, Brittany Litton taking the win and heading up the team competition as well for the Riot 3 squad with Melissa Simkin and Barbara Bollara, 1st, 3rd and 10th over the line, taking the team win ahead of the FCC pedal pushers. And Emma, now that
just seen it.
You've just seen it, haven't you?
I have.
The gap is
0.176 of a second between Team 1 and Team 2.
So Riot 3 taking the team win by 0.17 of a second as they come in through the finish ahead of the FCC pedal pushers. That is how close, and that is why every second counts for every one of your riders in the team competition. 3rd place going to Cycling District 3, 4th place to the Bonk Brigade, and 5th place to the Grit team in the Category 3 race. So leaders in and over the line, turning into winners in Category 6, 5, 4 and 3. We've got Category 2 and 1 to get into our race finish. Remember this, the women's race, the first race of our finals in January on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Our last race of January will be the men's race. That will be coming up once we've concluded our women's race. That will be taking place. You need to get yourselves in position for that because it's going to be an absolute blast. Really looking forward to seeing how that plays out in Australia. Once again, in Wollongong, slightly different course, 54k, 633 meters for the men's competition. 2 climbs, 3 sprints as well on the way in. And again, they've got this same climb a little bit further from the finish. But this finishing climb here really starting to break the groups. You've got to be a strong climber to go up over the top of the climb with the lead group, but then you've got to be able to sprint as well and get that sprint timing right, and that is absolutely critical.
It is. Indeed.
Now, just taking a little bit of a look, we know that the climbs competition was done early in both Category 2 and Category 3. Kate Banerjee in Category 2 done. And just in Category 1, the climbs competition going to Kate McCarthy. The sprint competition has gone to Camilla Alberg in Category 1.
It has, because her and Guerra, so Gabby Guerra and Camilla Alberg have been going head-to-head in the sprint competition today. And it was Alberg who took the first one, Guerra who took the second. Well, Alberg has taken the final sprint, so she will take the sprint competition today. I can tell you there are 7 riders in the leading group in Category 1. There are 16 riders in the leading group in Category 2 at that final sprint checkpoint.
It's not going to stay that way for long. I think this climb has much to do with it. Category 2 leaders coming up to the top here. Gonzalez Ruhr comes to the fore now, just going over the top of Lizzie Brooke. Thompson's in here, London, Penner, Kokolowitz in here, Banerjee in that polka dot skin suit as well. Everybody scrambling. They know the moves being made here by Gonzalez Ruhr. They've seen Thompson coming up as well. They know the strength of Thompson, who came over Wollongong climb first, looking very strong. Brooke is on form as well. We know that on the run in to the line here. This is an absolute scramble for wheels. Everybody wants to be in the group. Nobody wants distancing. At this stage, you've covered nearly 36 kilometers and you're still in that leading group. You know that the finale is coming. You know you need to be in the group. You can't get distance now. You've got to give it absolutely everything to be in the right position. And then you've got to give some more over and above again as you come to the line. This is the moment of pressure. Will anybody snap? Who can handle the increase in pace that comes as we go over the top here? The strong will profit. They'll kick over the top and put the pressure on. The weaker riders in the group, they're going to be paying the price. The kick is coming in again here. Gonzalez Ruhr winds up the pace. Wiseman is there, but Ruhr goes to the front here, and this is about really doing some damage. Meanwhile, Category 1, it's splitting apart here, and Guerra has got the jump on McCarthy.
She has indeed. Gabby Guerra's gone on the final climb. It's short, it's sharp, and it's close to the finish. What can Guerra do, and can she hold this to the line? It's 4 seconds at the moment to McCarthy. McCarthy on your screen, both the riders up and out of the saddle. Dancing strongly, Francesca Tomasi bringing the group back to McCarthy's wheel. Alberg, Koisnen, Fua and Gallegos all in the mix as well. This is so close to the line, but there is still time to bring this back. But Guerra at the moment holding it at 4 seconds. Can she hold this for the final kilometre? There's 1,000 metres to go for Gabby Guerra in this race. She's got a massive race on at the moment, and this Category 1 race has been absolutely phenomenal for the start of 2026. What more could anybody want?
It's continue all year round, every single Sunday, all the way through 52 weeks of the year, 52 Sundays. The Sunday Race Club coming to you from MyWhoosh, live on Twitch TV, live on YouTube. Myself, Matt Payne, and Emma Martin putting words to the action unfolding in Category 2. That sprint is already full bore.
It is, and it's Anna Svalstrom leading it out from Maria Thompson. They're going to come round and see the banner, but Gonzalez Ruhr is now lining it up. So is Katrin Nielsen. Kalman now coming into the mix. Penner is there as well as Brooks, but it's Gonzalez Ruhr at the moment from Thompson and Svalstrom. They're coming up thick and fast. Penner, I think that may well have gone to Penner. Tiffany Penner coming up and through. I am just waiting. Yes, it has. It's gone to Tiffany Penner from Joanna Kalman. Katrin Nielsen taking 3. Anna Svalstrom, who letting it out, taking 4th. Maria Thompson taking 5th place. Gonzalez Ruhr, Brooke, Miros, all within 1 second. The top 8, as we see Guerra now with McCarthy closing it down. There's 200 meters to go. This is the category 1 finish, and it's Gabby Guerra leading out Kate McCarthy. There's 100 meters to go. Guerra is going to take this today from Kate McCarthy on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Final in September, the first final for 2026. Gabby Guerra takes it from Kate McCarthy on the line. The battle is on behind because Tomasi, Alberg, Fua, Coiston and Gallegos are racing hard for those top 5 places. Guerra takes it from McCarthy. Catherine Fua coming through after Tomasi. So Tomasi takes 3, Fua takes 4, Alberg takes 5, Coiston takes 6, Gallegos takes 7th place today. That category 1 race, well, never disappoints.
It certainly doesn't. Now, in category 2 teams, I'm going to do these first. The core squad taking the win from Velocity Vikings, the FCC United Cadence team, and the Watt team with the Antipodean Racing team in 5th place. So congratulations to the core squad of Tiffany Penner, Joanna Kalman, Dorothy Gonzalez, and Pia Kuma. What a squad coming in through. In category 1, the race win going to Gabby Guerra of the Sweat Sensations. 2nd place going to Kate McCarthy, the world champion of Ablock International. The FCC Endorphins lead rider Francesca Tomasi taking 3rd in the run to the line. Behind, though, you can see Fua, Alberg and Coinsteden in 4th, 5th and 6th places. And when the maths is done, you can see the strength of the FCC Endorphins. 7th place is also an FCC Endorphin rider. They take the team win today. In fact, they take the team win by such a margin, we still don't have the second team having 3 riders over the line yet. What a way to introduce your team to the world. Well done to FCC Endorphins. Congratulations to Gabby Guerra. Phenomenal race win by her. She's going to lead the Sweat Sensations to second team. 1 minute, 19 seconds down. Just coming up on our screens, Guerra, Fua and Bruni, the second team. Join us for the men's race, which if it's anything like the women's, it's going to be an absolute blast. My name's Matt Payne. You can catch up with me on Instagram. It's at MattFixPayne. Give me a follow. You never know. You might see something interesting on there. Do it occasionally. We've got Emma Martin, of course, on Instagram at biking_Emma. You can catch lots of interesting stuff on Emma's feed as well. Don't hesitate to get in touch if you're one of our riders as well. Follow MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh on social media, at MyWhoosh on Instagram and on Facebook. And make sure you subscribe. Hit that button. Go on, you know you want to. Tell a friend. The more viewers, the better. The more people sharing in what is the brilliant Sunday Race Club series on MyWhoosh. Thank you very much for watching all the races through January in our women's competition. The finale didn't disappoint. We're going to go into February next month, and that will be Emma bringing you qualifier race number 1. I'm on international duty at the World Cyclocross Championship. So one more race for me to do in January before a little bit of a gap. But Emma will be with me in the studio for the men's race, and then we'll be leading for qualifier 1. Time to get some food, get some rehydration, some refueling done for us, for the team behind the scenes. Join us very shortly for the men's race. Until then, goodbye. So hello and welcome back. If you're watching the women's race earlier, welcome. If you're watching the men's race and just joining us and planning on watching the women's back later, there are no other options. You can't miss the women's. It was an absolutely spellbinding race and some very, very fast finishes. And as the year ticks by faster than anyone in the commentary box can think of, the riders are up and ready to go. I mean, a lot of riders already in the pens for the men's race. My name's Matt Payne. I'm going to be taking you through all of today's race action with Emma Martin. Emma, the women's race was brilliant.
Yes.
As always. I mean, fantastic. In the team competition, 0.176 of a second separating a winning team from a second-placed team at one point.
They have to watch to find out
you
which
need to
one
find
it
out
is.
which one it is. But it was super close. The course in the men's race, very, very similar in Australia, in Wollongong.
Yes, it is indeed. The men, though, have 54 kilometres of racing and 633 metres of climbing. To a sense of the Wollongong climb, though, just like the women. The first one of those coming, it starts at the 9.3 kilometre marker, the technical segment does, finishing at 11k. The second of those Wollongong climbs finishing at the 27.6 kilometre marker, and then it is a long, long run to the finish. Now, there are 3 sprint checkpoints along the way today as well, but the first one of those, the Wollongong sprint, comes at the 16.8 kilometre marker, which is after the first climb. So for riders today, if they're interested in contending that sprint competition, they've got to have their climbing legs on as well. The final sprint of the day, the aquarium sprint, coming at the 47.8 kilometre marker, is then a 6.2k run to that finish line, and they've got to climb out of that aquarium first before they can contend that sprint.
And it's a near 2k climb to ascend out from the aquarium. So it's not easy by any stretch of the imagination. In terms of distance, it's almost equal to the actual segment, albeit the Wollongong climb actually starts a little bit further going in and up. The riders today also having to contend with the fact that you've got a downhill run in towards our finish, which makes things very tricky to get that timing right. And if it wasn't difficult enough for the women's, it's even more difficult for the men's. And the wind today will play its part because it is not easy on the run into the climb. But then we have a very much a crosswind or a tailwind descent down off the climbs. And that makes it very, very much the case that if you can try and break away there, you've got a good chance of really putting the pressure on, but you're up against a bunch. The last descent into the final climb is a headwind, just to make it hard for any breakaways to go at that stage into our final sprint. 6 race starts in the men's race, just as we had in the women's. Category 6, our standard race category, our first, running right the way through to our elite riders in Category 1 for the final race start in January. Today, as always, in our finals, the team competition coming into play. And in the men's race, a total of 70 teams taking to race start. In total, the biggest team numbers, 37 teams of 4 riders, 24 teams of 5 riders, and 9 teams of 3 riders across all of the men's race field. In Category 6, it's 7 teams of 5, 6 teams of 4, and 1 team of 3, making 14 teams in Category 6. An absolutely phenomenal number. And for a change, I'm going to pick on the smallest team first, because we're going to go to the Czech Republic team of the Open Cycling Academy. Yuri Kriz, along with Lucas Peder and Petr Zvezka, the 3 riders representing them. They have the minimum number required for a team. So all 3 of their riders have to finish. Any of the teams with 4, and for example, the BMC 60s, and they have 4 riders, Milano, Gomez, Botero, and Yuka they have 1 spare rider. If you've got 5 riders, let's go for Cycling District 6A, for example. 6B, they've got 5 riders, Dotto, Alexandru, Ronchetti, Calora, and Silva. They've got 2 spare riders. This is going to be all about making sure you get all of your riders over the line as far up as you can. Nobody gets an easy ride on the finals. Every rider counts for the team. Category 6 are going to set the men's race underway here today. They head out onto race route, 54 kilometres in distance, 633 metres of ascent. Category 6 out from the start pen here in Wollongong in Australia, celebrating the Tour Down Under. A very, very interesting race. I don't want to give you any spoilers if you haven't watched the actual Tour Down Under. It's well worth a watch. Some fantastic performances in there.
The men's and the women's.
Yes, both races have been really, really thrilling. They've been really good to watch. I've spent a lot of time in front of a screen this week.
Well, Category 6 well and truly underway. The first 300 metres was a fire lit under those wheels. And Ramo, Ivanov, Quebec, Kozanski and Yarvanen on your screens at the moment. 5 of the 94 riders on the start sheets in Category 6 today. And for me, this is so wide open because 8 teams today have one rider who's had a top 5 position in January. It really is a wide open race. And the winning team from last month, the BMC 60s, haven't had a top 5 this month yet by any of those members. They could well be saving it for today. And that is going to be interesting to see. Well, there's a big push coming off the front at the moment. And 3 riders that pushing and going clear. Category 6, it's always a fast start.
It's always a fast start, but it's not broken the group up. You can see one big group together, top right-hand side of your screen, where we have our radar view and our course profile as the riders come up towards the summit of the first riser on today's race route. You can see as they come around this turn, that group is pretty much all together by the fact that those purple discs representing the riders are all together. Jeff Rooney, the living legend that is in action and in this group, right in contention, but it gives you an indication he's currently 42nd in that group, and yet that's right at the front of this race. It is a huge race field. Thank you very much, everybody who's been joining us. The Category 6 race, there was a time when it took up about half a page of my notes. Indeed, it is not just one, not just 2.
You're making rustling noises.
I am making rustling noises in time. It is 3 sheets of paper it takes now for the notes just on Category 6 alone. There was a time when the entire race field across all 6 categories went across there. We might need a bigger commentary desk at some point, indeed, although we're not quite there yet.
No, well, Jeff Rooney nicely ensconced towards the front of the group. Drew Abbott there, Emil Ivanov there. Andre Corbani is in the mix. Van Beers is there as well. In fact, Ingmar Van Beers right on the front of the pack as they come up onto the flyover. And you can see on the top right-hand corner the damage this fast start has done to the rest of the pack. One big pack at the front, but take a look at that. There's 2 groups off of this front pack too.
And those aren't the riders that you just saw at the back trailing off this. They're part of the lead group and just struggling. You can just see a couple of riders splitting off. There's a little bit of a gap opening, a little bit of the white road showing between the leading group at the center of that radar view. And that is this split between the leading group and about 8 riders going off the back of the group. The pace is absolutely on fire. It is pushing the limiter right the way off and over the side. I think they've, if anything, they've broken it because they've gone out so fast today. 2.2k into today's racing in Category 6. Emma, when you talk about riders who have been in the top 5 here in Category 6, put some names to those riders.
Okay, I can do that. That is not a problem. Well, Michael Rademacher from BMC Spinergies had a 4th place this month. Stephen Tygert's taken a 2nd for the BMC 6 squad. Cycle District have 2 teams here today. 6A, Luis Castro's had a 3rd and a 4th, so he is riding really strongly. He's got Silva, Murillo and Grenier for company in that team. Level Steel, Stanev has had a 2nd place. He's got Fiedler, Hagen, Warren and German with him. Emil Ivanov, 2 5th places this month for level titanium. A rider going really strongly and for whom this course could suit. He's got Mamba, Ibrahim and both Ingmar and Joseph Van Beers for that level titanium squad today. Lucas Petter from the Open Cycling Academies had a 3rd place. Otto Passo for Ride Club Finland 6A has had a 5th place. And Maxime Fabra, let's never forget that finish where he took that 1st place earlier on this month for ZTBR Yanomami.
Yep, and definitely could be a day for somebody who can climb, but has a great sprint at the end, because that's going to be needed to power yourself clear when we go in. At the moment, the riders have been riding for 5 minutes, 20 plus seconds. Now on the way through in Category 6, the first riders to leave race start. There's a 10-minute gap between Category 6 and Category 5, then 5 minutes between Categories 5 and 4, 4 and 3, 10 minutes between 3 and 2, and then 5 minutes between 2 and 1. The time gap's designed to get us all the riders in over the line, hopefully to give you all of the race finishes, all of the podium positions, every single sprint and checkpoint out and along the route. It's an impossible mission. It's one that we choose to accept each and every week. We absolutely fail miserably to cover every single rider in our big 750 plus race fields in the men's and women's races. But you know what? We're not going to stop. We're going to keep on going. We are going to try and make sure that we get all of our riders out and away and cover them and show them as they go in through over the line. Remember, the key thing for me, we show everybody. It's not just a Category 1 race that we're covering. This is not just elites. We're focusing on the whole of cycling esports community, and that's one of the great things about MyWhoosh.
So if you are new to watching the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, there are 6 races in the women's race field. There are 6 races in the men's race field, and every one of those races has their own start time. So if you see us jumping backwards and forwards between category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, that's because there are 6 separate races within the show, and we are trying to give as much airtime as possible to each and every race field, so everybody gets their moment on the screen. Well, Ibrahim on your screen at the moment, he's the rider we are in with. You can see that because he's highlighted in blue on the nearby list,
and the nearby list is the name for the riders nearby to the rider that we've highlighted, so it shows the riders on there. It's a game screen that you can use when you're out and riding. I would say to everybody, jump on board, download the app, get on board and ride. So whether you're riding on rollers with speed sensors on your track bike so that you can get those legs spinning and ride in MyWhoosh at the same time, or whether you've got the latest all singing, all dancing smart home trainer that you're jumping on, jump on board, get a riding, get a real idea of just what the riders are facing. Australia is such a tough race. We did say this in terms of worlds when we were on the women's race earlier on today. There's some very, very tough races. There's some very, very tough routes, but some of the worlds just don't seem to have very much flat. In fact, in terms of Australia, we've just reached the flattest part of the entire race route is actually along past where the old pens were when we went on this race route in the opposite direction.
I think I need to go to Australia just to check it is this hilly.
It is in places.
Have you been?
No, but I have a good idea from watching a lot. And I do have family actually out in New South Wales.
Oh, well, there we go. Well, Category 6 out on the course at the moment. Category 5, waiting patiently in the pen.
Well, I'm not sure about patiently. I'm sure they're waiting eagerly, but maybe they're patient as well as eager. We will have to find out. There are 11 teams in Category 5 in our monthly finals for January. We've got 3 teams of 5, 6 teams of 4, and 2 teams of 3. Our teams with 5 riders: Cycling District 5A, Morato, Beltran, Reinheimer, Silva, and Pereira. And they have strength in depth because they've got those 5 riders. The level raiders are out and racing with 5 riders. That's Tishanu, Cadabona, Savic, Bertrand, and Stark. And they are another of our teams of 5. And the Ride Club Finland 5 are 5 riders in Category 5. Belikos, Braun, Malas, Matilla, and Antonin, all riding in that Ride Club Finland 5 squad. They're the big squads, the squads with 3 riders: Lone Bikers, Rijkaard, Hilaris, as well as Silianus, and BMC Rule 5, Chubb, Litka, and Cavahal. All the other squads with 4 riders in there, but 11 teams in total. Another big race field in Category 5, 70 riders in that race field. It's a big field. How many will be left in contention? It's really key. Get yourself up into contention. Make sure that you jump on board. Come and join us when we go into February. We have to wrap up our finals first. Category 6 have been out on the road for 10 minutes now. It's time for Category 5 to go out and race, to go make their way around the race route. And a big explosive start from the race, heading out in those light blue jerseys that signify Category 5. Remember, Category 6 in purple, Category 5 in light blue, Category 4 in green, Category 3 in dark blue, Category 2 in dark green, and then we have Category 1 in yellow, funnily enough.
Well, Category 5 away, they are indeed 200 metres now into the race. Strong start, and you can see one or two riders struggling already off the back on the top right-hand corner. But 70 riders in total leaving the pens today. We're in with Carlos Alvarez at the moment. Finlay Reddington just on his wheel. These riders pushing on strongly. In terms of the team competition, this is going to be really interesting, I think, because BMC Rule 5, Chubb, Lipka and Carvajal. Well, Chubb's had a second and Lipka's had 2 third places this month. And for me, this is the type of course that could well suit them. Christian Spiedel on your screens at the moment, right at the front of this race, making it hard. Interesting to see him move. He's part and parcel of that MPCC team. Christoph Laszlo, we've seen him he's had a second place this month, part and parcel of that team as well. They've got Lalowitz and Fagala with them as well. Strong squad, could go well. Other teams that could go well. Cycling District 5A, Reinheimer's had a 4th place. Dirt first. Ligiza has had a 4th place. We know Cirillo, Young and Fitzter go well too. Level Avengers, Eben Svarts had 2 first places this month. He's got Reimers, Warren and Bettencourt to back him up. It could be an interesting race. Ride Club Finland, who took the win last month, nobody as of yet had a top 5. But can I just say, Cosimo Mangino, the man with the best, I was going to say ducks in the business.
Icons.
Icons. Can we call them icons?
Yeah, they're icons.
Because Cosimo is becoming an icon because I do love his mascots each and every week.
Yes. Yes.
I know, it is good. He is part and parcel of this Category 6 race. They're at the 7.5 kilometre marker. They've just gone over the Vink flyover. So named because it's where Michael Vink used to launch his attacks towards the end of the race. Is that mascot wearing a crown? There must be a gold first place lining up for Cosimo today, if the mascot is anything to go by. And I have to say, it's a very colourful mascot today, with lots of hearts all over it. But the beady little eyes and the crown are flashing brightly by the side. Cosmo right on the front of the pack, and I tell you something, doing a great job in this Category 6 race. Jeff Rooney is right up there. Yuri Sliegel is there too. Yannick Brun in the mix with Walgo. Sugai's been going well this month as well. So one to watch. Well, Category 6, we're keeping our eyes peeled on them, and Category 5. But it's Category 4 who are going to be the next riders out of the pen.
So Category 4, as we head in towards our halfway mark in terms of teams heading out from race start. A huge race field. Once again, another big field at just shy of 80 riders. 13 teams in contention in Category 4. It's almost, but not quite the biggest number. It's actually 14 teams. That's Category 6 and Category 3, but 13 is close. The riders racing 4 teams of 5, 8 teams of 4, and 1 team of 3. The team with 3 riders in Category 4 at the Pedal Club with Arsene, Samerton and Kochikov. They've all got to finish for that team to get a team time. We are also going to see whether Finland Ride Club, Liga, Pick and Horn do that. We will be also keeping an eye on those teams with 5 riders. So 5 riders to go. BMC Racing, the squad of BMC Racing. That's Cadiz, Quadrali, Robinson, Kirchner and Giuliano up against Level Golden 14-2 because they have 5 riders as well. Lindeberg, Cabani, Amir, Carter and Torato. And the Lorem Ipsum squad, Bogran, Oviedo, La Pera, Mortek and Ron Chetty. Category 4 is a really interesting race category. When you add in Ride Club Finland 4A to the mix with Pippin and Tuika, Rusimaki, Elalus and Tuomi, I think this could be a really close fought race today. It kind of breaks in 2 for me, Category 4. You get an early break and then you get a really tight race after that. We'll see. Emma is going to run through our individual riders very shortly, but let's get the riders away in Category 4. it's time to go racing.
It is indeed, and the green light goes, and away go Category 4. 78 riders on the start sheets today as those red jerseys leave the pen. Now, last month, it was Cycle District 4A from Cat for Fun by 57 seconds in the team competition. And, well, it's going to be interesting to see how much fun those riders have in the team competition this week. The BMC Anzacs for me, Abitco's taken a second place, Freedeck's taken a third and a fifth. They are on my list as a team to watch. Cycle District 4A, they've been having strong competition again this month. Daniel Marquez has taken 2 fourth places. Mohamed Mukhtari's had a second place as well. They're joined by Largo and Gomez de Almeida. Could be a strong squad. They could do the double, taking the last team competition of 2025 and the first team competition of 2026. Level Golden 4 are going to be in the mix because Gonzalez, Rushma, Ponzi, and of course Golden Boy himself, Eric Rinborg, could go well today. Patrick Mortek from Lorium Ipsum, he's had a 5th place this week. He's got Bogram, Oviedo, Lepera, and Ronchetti. Never wants to be discounted in the team as well. Villada for On the Rivet Racings had a 2nd place. Termerton for Pedal Clubs had a 3rd, and Pippenin for Ride Club Finland 4A has had a 4th place. And as anybody who's listened to all of that can tell, there are a lot of squads out there with riders on form. It is about 3 riders, the time added together, and it's about packing your riders as close as possible to minimize that time differential. That is what is going to make the difference. Now, on the right-hand side of your screen, Category 6 are on the climb for the first time. On the left-hand side of your screen, that Category 4 race field stretched right the way back down the road. It's been a very, very fast 1.2 kilometers. Andre Bombasini is the rider we are in with at the moment. It's his stats on the screen that you can see. His numbers in that white bar. He's in the draft, but 350 watts at the moment from Bombasini in the mix in that Category 4 race, as it is not coming back together. The pace on the front of the pack absolutely being dialed. Category 6 on the right-hand side of your screen, we've got a battle on now as they come towards the top of the climb. This is the first checkpoint on the race today, coming at the 11-kilometer marker. So with around 650 meters to go, Emil Ivanov is the rider battling here. He's on your screen in the middle. Yuri Seal is the rider in the front in the white helmet. Ivanov in the yellow hat there on screen, blue jersey. On the left-hand side, Jonathan Grenier at 5 seconds. Xavier Maillard with Simon Patzel a little bit further behind. Antti Järvinen and Daniel Dotto in the mix. In fact, Dotto now starting to move up behind. This is the battle for the polka dots. They're coming to the first summit. They then dip before it rises again, and then the polka dot banner. Can Ivanov do the business? Will Sagal stay clear? All questions we will shortly find answers to.
Indeed, and hopefully that will give us an indication of who is getting the momentum right, getting the timing right. We're just going to take a quick dip into Category 3 whilst those category riders are up to the top of the climb. So, C3, Category 3, 14 teams, the biggest number of teams here today. So, 6 lots of 5, 7 lots of 4, and 1 lot of 3 riders. A huge, huge amount of riders. I've got to say, Samson to the Goliath out there on the race today is the BMC Racing Up squad. Patrick Bloom, Santiago Ramirez, and Timothy Brook. Every one of those riders has to finish to get that team time added together. Some great teams back together again. Bleu Blanc Rouge back in the mix once again. Definitely ones to watch. The Level Vikings out in action. Sandstorm can always be counted on to take the battle to the rest of the riders. We're just going to take a quick dip in, though, with Category 6, because you can see at the top of that climb at the 11-kilometer mark, it is going to be Stegler who takes away maximum points, and he's got a gap here. This is a brave move if he's planning on going solo. Surely he's going to wait for the riders behind him, just get some recovery in. Grenier, along with Kelly Juris, Imanov now over the top. Fabre in not far behind, a couple of seconds down, but that gap at the moment, Segel to for example, Castro, who's in that big chasing group, that's nearly 19 seconds. That's a huge amount. So
it is, and 30 odd riders in that leading group in category 6, but the first 2 riders are out and clear. Well, talking about out and clear, category 3 heading out of the start pen now. You can see them. We're in with Stan van Vellegem as that pack leaves the pen. Hot pace at the moment, big stretched group. 79 riders in that start pen for category 3 as those riders go clear. Karel Sladek has had a 3rd place this month. Kirski's had a 5th. Buchewecki's had a 3rd. They are all part and parcel of the Black Horses squad. They took the 3rd place team last month, 44 seconds behind the leading team in category 3. Yes, it was that close. 44 seconds separated the top 3 teams in category 3 last month. Mathieu Kalman and Raphael Butcher are the other 2 riders on that Black Horses squad. They are on my list. The top team last month was Bleu Blanc Rouge. And boy, are they racing strongly. Mark Gates has had a 4th, Fournier's had a 1st, Havot's had a 3rd, and Boulanger's had a 5th. Pierre Fell is the 5th member of that crew. The crew that took 2nd place last month, take that. Well, Stedman Ridley, Squilari, Karlstrom, and of course it's Adam and Maximilian Stedman, were 35 seconds back last month. Not one of them has had a top 5 place yet this month. BMC Racing Up, for example, Bloom, Ramirez and Brook are riding strongly. Ramirez has had a 5th, Brooks had a 1st and a 4th. Count them in, I say. Level Vikings as well. Solar's had a 2nd, Backer's had a 2nd, Lane and Hammer are also there. So I think we have probably 5 teams mixing it up in category 3. Patrick Bloom, Jan Yazbek and Nicholas Orego, 3 riders on your screen at the moment, all who could go very well today. I've been very impressed with Jan Yazbek actually this month. He's been a really good rider to watch.
He has been active and animated in the racing on the way through. Been very interesting to see how he's responded to the riders around him working hard, but also how he's then animated the racing as well, really instigated some of those key moves there as they've headed out and around race route. And that, for me, an absolutely key part of racing is that it's not just about the race that you're doing now and the result you get in this race. What you do in this race affects the race after, and the race after that, and the race after that. It's a cumulative effect. So it's not just physical as well. It's a mental thing. It's those lessons that you can learn on the way through. It's making sure that you get yourself sorted and then take those issues that you've maybe had, maybe take those lessons that you can learn from them and improve time and time again. For me, those are the great riders. They're the riders who time and time again are able to improve on the way and take those lessons on board and still put out a good ride whilst racing. Anyone who thinks it's simple, it's just getting on a bike and pedaling. No matter what discipline it is, it's not that simple when you get out and race, and that's what makes it so great.
Well, whether you like just getting on a bike and pedaling and enjoying your riding, or whether you do like to face all the contingencies that are out there on the course for racing, it is up to you. But at the moment, you could just sit back and watch some racing because the Sunday Race Club is live at the moment, and the men's race, well, it is fast and furious. We've got category 3, 4, 5 and 6 out on course at the moment. Just 1 and 2 sat in the pens, and Diedich, part and parcel of this category 3 pack on your screen at the 2.2 kilometre marker. The pack is rolling strongly and they are all rolling together. Pierre is the rider we have now just dropped in with at the moment, and you can see from the zone bar on the top right hand corner of your screen, it tells you how hard that particular rider we are focusing on is working. Zone 1, zone 2, a little bit of zone 3 at the moment, tells me it's a steady-ish start here for our category 3 riders.
So category 2 will be the next riders who head out, followed by category 1. Don't forget, you can get details of all of the racing, all of the rides, not just on the MyWhoosh website, which is www.mywhoosh.com, but also on mywhooshinfo.com. Lots of great statistics, information, data, maps with the wind direction on there. If you're missing a little bit of meteo fix on there, a little bit of weather forecasting fix. Don't forget, of course, wind strength playing a part on these riders, and you can see 2 very different wind directions for the riders. The riders on the right-hand side of your screen, Finlay Reddington, currently subjected to a headwind. He'll go back to being coming from his right-hand side, whereas the riders on the left-hand side of your screen, the wind's coming from their left-hand side, as shown by the arrow that moves around that red circle, indicating the direction of the wind. It points for the best place to hide.
It
doesn't point the direction the wind's coming. It's pointing the direction you need to go hide in.
And that's why you need to use your steering function.
Indeed, the steering taking you to the left and the right to get the maximum draft. The draft indicated by the chevrons in green at the moment. Jakub Wojciech just hiding in the draft very well indeed. A man who should know all about the draft and where it's coming from and which direction it is on the map. At the moment, just tucked in nicely into this group. The wind coming at the moment, a headwind from the left-hand side. And that means that a little further back into the right-hand side will give you the maximum shelter on the way through.
Can I just say, one of the things I'm really loving about the 5 riders on the bottom, Bloom, Yazbek, Clays, Orega and Montoya, is you can tell which part of the world they're in by how bright it is in their pain caves. So Montoya and Orega, it's dark, it's really early in the morning, but because they are not in Europe, which
Indeed.
is where Clays, Yazbek and Bloom are, much lighter there. But that is one of the things, the wonderful things about the Sunday Race Club is all the riders racing at the same time, but being all around the world means it's different time zones.
It does indeed, and I always love it when our riders are waving to us, because I do wave back to everybody, as anyone who's watched the show regularly will know. Christian Montoya with the wave there. Good to see Christian on our screens once again. They're over in Colombia, so a very different, South America, of course, a very different time zone to Europe, and indeed within Europe there are different times. It may only be a small continent, but it does span a number of times.
Yeah, but what I love is the fact that you've got people racing at 2 a.m. in the morning in the USA and Canada, but you've got people racing at 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night in New Zealand. But they're all doing the same race. And what we have to remember is for our athletes, depending upon the time of day they're racing, I don't know about anybody else, but I like racing at a certain time of day and find it quite difficult to transition.
Well, it's all about making sure you get the result, whatever time of day it is. For Mika Rusimaki, currently going to be heading in mid-morning at the moment. Still clearly suiting him. Quadrelli, Graziano, Marquez, Rusimaki leading over the top here. This group around the Vink flyover, named after Michael Vink, one of our real big riders on cycling esports for a long time, and the rider who used to break away regularly, going in the opposite direction around that flyover where you go under and over the roadway. Our riders in category 5, much further up the road and up the climb. They're approaching the first of the 2 peaks, the Twin Peaks. Not the dodgy TV series or amazing TV series, depending on your point of view. The Twin Peaks that are the summits of the Wollongong climb here on MyWhoosh. At the moment, this group, though, split into 2. And this
Twin
is going to be
Peaks, 2 groups.
It is, and they're going to, I don't think they're going to come back together again either, because we've still got a little way to come to this summit, and this lead group will accelerate down the slope, whilst the second group are still climbing up, and then they're going to go up the second of those kicks up towards the line.
Well, and Daniel Thiem, the rider we are in with at the moment, whilst he's down as an individual rider this month, he has had a 5th place, so riding strongly and on form.
So let's see who's going to take this. Remember, it's Schlegel, Grenier, Caballeros, Ivanov and Fabra on category 6, going over the top of the climb. The riders in category 5 now approaching the line here. Alvarez leading this out. Legetzka coming at speed. Will he carry that momentum? Alvarez is out the saddle first, but the draft of 40. Belikov's coming. Alvarez now at 9 watts per kilo. He's passed by Lizeka, and it's going to be Lizeka who's going to take this. Surely the kick is going to take him through. It does. Cirillo almost had him on the line. Clinton Cirillo pushed him all the way, but Grigazeka, Lizeka going to take away top spot. Cirillo in second, Alvarez in third, Malas in fourth, and Belikovs in fifth. They take 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points respectively in that category 5 climb, and a big group going over the top.
Yes, a big group, 28 riders in total.
Well, there's a lot more than 28 riders down at the start for category 2. In fact, 60 riders taking to race start. 10 teams contesting our teams competition here today. The Abu Dhabi team, like a boy band reforming, are back together once again because we've got Bruce Bird, Ivan Nuki, and Joe Lewis together. We've got they're our team, one of our teams of three. The BMC Elite Racing team of three, Rick Van Erck, Juan Queiroz, and Benjamin Goodwin, also one of our teams of three. The teams with 5 in, we've got Abus Esports 2, Cavajal, Berlin, Bjarhead, Simmons, and Alan Young. Big, strong team. Beast Mode and Friends, again, 5 riders. Theme, Fleber, Santo, Ritter, and Walter. And Level Elite, the last of our teams of 5 riders. Heading out from our start pens in Category 2, Gombe, Cahill, Hansen, Skirsky, and Becker. But I wouldn't write off some of our individuals today as well. And some of those riders may be in teams that have 2 riders. Excuse me. The Riders of the Storm, the UAE Clan Team, UAE Falcons, with riders in there, but not enough to make up that full team complement.
Well, we'll talk a little bit about the Category 2 riders shortly because we're dropping back in with some of the other categories. The Category 6 riders at the 18.2 kilometre marker, they've gone through that first sprint checkpoint of the day as well, and they are motoring down the course. Category 4 at the 9.8 kilometre marker are now on the climb. Category 2, 400 metres out of the start pen, and 60 riders in Category 2 today. Really interesting race field. Now, last month it was the Goats who took the team competition. Cayen, Milur, Bjorkland, both Burke and Khan Cayen racing for them today. Level Elite looking strong. One of the right teams I've got my eye on. Maciej Skierski's had a 5th place. The Hitmen, who took 2nd last month by 6 seconds. Yes, that is how close it was. Phil Graves has had a win this month. Ross Fawcett, Stuart Miller, and Tattoo Coinston, never discount any of those in that Hitmen squad. For me, however, the Vuelta Panda crew in Category 2. Jacobs has had a 5th and a 2nd. Langevien's had a 3rd and a 4th, and Betty's had a 4th. They're joined by Anders Bengtsson. For me, they are the crew to watch. Well, another crew to watch is Mohamed Mukhtari's crew in Category 4. Those riders now coming towards the top of the climb at the 10.2 kilometre marker. Mukhtari, always a strong rider, and you know he's had a good month this month, and he's been riding really strongly, so it has been great to see him progress as well, but always a rider who gives us a great show.
It certainly is. Of course, I think that Mukhtari is going to be on there. A great show is what we're looking for, and I think that is going to be really, really important for the riders because by putting on that great show, they're going to be in the right place at the right time. At the lead here, we've got Russi Macchi, Prince Giuliano, Ranchetti, Cabani, Timmerton, and Rimborg at the moment in the lead of this group, but it's changing very, very quickly. The pressure really is on at the front of the race. They need to come up over the top of peak number 1, drop down, get the momentum right, and then kick towards the banner if they want to take that checkpoint prize. I think it is secondary today to be in the group and in the lead group because the overall prize is primary to them rather than necessarily the checkpoint. But if you're in a position where you can challenge, why not go for it? The prizes are there for the first rider in each of our race categories as they go over the top. It's a massive long line, and I'll tell you something, you want to be at the front of this group. If a split goes, and we're starting to see big splits opening up further back down this race field, you're going to be in trouble. No problems from Ranchetti. He's on the front. Russi Macchi, Giuliano Prince are in there, but it's going to be Ranchetti's. Ranchetti comes to the line. He goes over the line. It is going to be a win. Stefano Ranchetti takes that checkpoint prize. He comes through first. Behind him, Russi Macchi in second. And the riders coming through very much distanced by that last little kick.
Yeah, Ryan Giuliano, Sebastian Prince, Milan Termerton, Mohamed Mukhtari, all in the mix. The Category 4 split occurring. Well, it's occurring at around 48 riders. So 48, 49 riders in that leading group on the right side of the split. When we get to the top of the Wollongong climb for the first time, it's going to be interesting to see, will there be 48 riders in it at the top for the second time? I think the answer to that may be no, but we'll have to wait and see. Well, Category 2 at the moment out now at the 2.5 kilometre marker. We're in with X100. Category 1, the last group away today, down in the pen. Well, Syed Safrazadi is the rider we are in with 43 riders on the start sheets in Category 1 today.
And our 8 teams in Category 1 with 1 team of 5, 5 teams of 4 and 2 teams of 3. Our teams of 3, Boss Moves only with world champion Jason Osborne, Michael Knudsen and Syed Safrazadi. Up against Farm What Squad, Hayden Pucker, Johan Noren and Mikhail Plantero. The teams with 4 riders, the Aber squad of Paradines, Tugel, Skiski and Van Els. Alpha Jaw with 4 riders, Chirek, Vujasin, Kaminski and Jones. Team Scandi Racing also have 4, Andreasen, Degen, Pedersen and Dont. Whoosh Boys have 4 riders, Gednes, Van Hee, Machado and Confession with Z5. Zone 5 riders in Category 1, 4 riders, Godazi, Cardona, Nico and Omdal. The only team with 5 are the Wenger boys, and we're going to see if they can power their way out and through and go Wenger all the way over the finish. Kel Power, Christoph Kroll, Linda Milostic, Ricardo Panizza and Vidal Mayer. They've got 5 riders, a few riders to spare. A number of riders also in the race field, potentially with the return of Michael Vink to the race field in Category 1. We're going to see if he's taken to that start line, definitely down on our entry list. So we'll see if he's going to use some of that form from riding on the road.
Well, Zach Nair leading the charge out of the pen in Category 1. Michel Machado is there as well. So is Damsgaard, Osborne, Gledness, Mayer, Panizza, Kaminski, Confession, all at the front of the race, while the entire pack rolling now and rolling strongly over 40 kilometres an hour. The team competition really hotted up at the end of 2025 with the appearance of a new team, Team Scandi Racing. They really put themselves in the mix in the December final and took second place to the Boss Moves Only squad, 27 seconds back. 31 seconds back behind Boss Moves Only was Alpha Jaw. So yes, 31 seconds separated the top 3 teams in Category 1 at the end of last year. What will 2026 bring? Let's have a little run through, shall we? Because in the Alpha Jaw squad, Vujasin's had a 4th and a 5th. Jones has had a 2nd and a 5th. And Ollie Jones has been out on the road in New Zealand as well. Stage racing, crit racing, rider on form. Stefan Van Elst, part of the Abus crew. Tugels has had a 2nd and a 4th there. And Vujasin on our screen as well. Matthias Van Hee on the screen as well. Van Hee, one of the riders coming up from Category 2 just before the World Championships this year and making those World Championships in Abu Dhabi. Part and parcel of the Whoosh Boys. And you can see him concentrating and dancing on those pedals, making sure he's where he needs to be. Boss Moves Only, Jason Osborne has had a full hat trick so far this month, 3 wins. Knudsen's had a 2nd and a 3rd, and Safrazadi's had a 4th place. In Team Scandi Racing, the team who took 2nd place last month, Pedersen's had a 3rd, and Donts had a 3rd as well. Dane and Andreasen always in the mix. Well, another rider always in the mix, but this time in Category 2 is Olivier Bigley Simmons. And my question is, Olivier, will we see you next week at the Cyclocross World Championships after the Sunday Race Club?
Indeed, going to be heading out and across. Now, Emma, Martin and myself, and indeed some more of our Full Speed Events team members are going to be heading out to Hulst to the UCI Cyclocross World Championships. The UCI is the Union Cyclist International, the governing body of all cycle sport. So in cycling esports, it has a partner in MyWhoosh. MyWhoosh is the official UCI esports partner for 2024, 25 and 26. And we've seen the growth and the development of MyWhoosh and of cycling esports in that time with the live finals in Abu Dhabi. Just one example of that, as well as the verified racing that we see on the Sunday Race Club. The Union Cyclist International also runs the cyclocross and the World Championships in a town called Hulst. If you're listening in English, if you're wanting in local dialect, it's Oost, apparently. I'm going to be getting my practice in. I'm going to be on the mic there. Emma's going to be there as well, broadcasting live from Hulst, the Sunday Race Club next week. So you're in a very safe pair of hands with Emma. We are going to be there through the course of the weekend, so we're going to put this out there now. If you are going to the Cyclocross World Championships and you want to say hi, please do so. please don't be offended if you wave at me in the commentary box and I'm absorbed in the racing rather than waving back. Don't take it personally. Outside of the racing, we're going to be about. We'd love to meet you and see you. It's always great to catch up with our riders in person. I know it happens a lot when we go to major events. The team from MyWhoosh have been meeting people down at the Tour Down Under. We've got the UAE Tour starting soon as well. They're going to be meeting people there. So do make sure if you get the chance, it's not just the avatars that have real people behind them. The voices of commentary, myself and Emma, the team from MyWhoosh, the race directors, people who actually make the games happen, the dynamics, they're all out and about. The real people. Do come up, say hello. If you meet the team from MyWhoosh, do say thanks to them as well, because they do an amazing job. It's no fee, no fuss. You just get on and ride, and then make it all happen.
Well,
Thanks,
in the
guys.
Category 2 race, I had a little chat with Ross Fawcett. He came up to me at a crit race in the UK last summer. Great to see him in person and have a very quick chat. It was a very quick chat because I was running to the VIP tent to find the VIP who was supposed to be giving the prizes on stage at the time. Bless him, bless Ross Fawcett, that is.
Not the VIP who was running late.
Yeah, the VIP who was running late. But do come and say hello. We absolutely love to put faces to the names that we see week in, week out racing, and not just on the screen, but in person as well.
And I promise you, I'm not as grumpy in person as I am on screen. I love the fact Emma just laughed. Thanks, Emma.
Sorry, but when you make a comment like that, someone's got to laugh.
Yeah, set up. You keep on knocking them down. Well, one man who's set up at the moment for a big chase, Mohammed Al-Alhami, at the moment, really having to kick on here. You can see he's riding that Colnago bike, complete with the Tadej Pogacar issue. Tour de France LV wheels. That very nice wheel set there with those yellow decals on. You can personalize your bike in the garage on MyWhoosh. Currently, I'm riding a yellow and black frame with a disc rear wheel and I think it's a 5-spoke front at the moment on drop bars, which I would never ever do in real life in person, but because it looks weird in person, but it looks great on MyWhoosh.
Well, Ola Warren on the right-hand side of your screen in the Category 6 race. They're at the 25-kilometre marker. The Category 6 riders were the first riders out of the pen today. Stefano Ronchetti is in polka dots on the left in the Category 4 race. But now on your screen, we jump back into Category 1, and it is all go over the Vink flyover. Christoph Kroll has pushed on. Michael Knudsen responding for the Boss Moves Only squad. Kroll, part and parcel of the Wenger boys. Well, the Wenger boys pushing on now. Knudsen picking up the mantle and coming off the power, wanting the pack to come back together again. Line of Yasin, Hayden Pucker, Matthias Van He, all on and in the group behind. So Kroll and Knudsen, part and parcel of the 2-rider breakaway, just hanging off the front by around 4 seconds.
So Category 6, the first of our riders the furthest around the race route. Category 1 are on their way and making their way up past the flat section, heading off onto the climb for the first time. Our riders and racing all 6 categories on the same race route with that same 633 metres of ascent. The finish line at 54 kilometres, 2 climbs, 3 sprint sections for checkpoints where you will take away prizes, as well as, of course, those prizes for the overall and for the team competition. And a kick it up to get from our final sprint to the finish line is going to test the riders.
Well, the riders being tested in all 6 of our categories today here in Australia. Here on the Wollongong course, 54 kilometres of racing, 632 metres of climbing today. Let's take a little look at the course down under. Well, there it is in front of you, and the red blocks indicate the headwind sections today. And there are 3 big blocks of headwind out there facing our riders. 2 climbs, 2 ascents of the Wollongong climb. It's a 1.7 kilometre climb. The average gradient being around 5.6%, but there are some very steep sections over 12% out there on that climb. All of the riders now in categories 3, 4, 5 and 6 up over the Wollongong climb for the first time. It's just category 1 and category 2 who have not reached that part of the course yet. Category 6, the riders who started first are well on their way to the second time up that climb now. 2 sprints out of the 3 sprints taking part and place after that second climb. And that final sprint, the aquarium sprint at 47.8 kilometers, is 6.2k from the finish line. If the women's race is anything to go by, expect a few sprints by the time we get there and some groups coming into that finish line together. Well, no sprints. Well, there may be a sprint, at the top of the Wollongong climb for the second time. They've got 1 kilometre still to go, the Category 6 pack. Schlegel, who's taken the polka dot skin suit the first time, riding strongly, 10 seconds clear of Ivanov, the rider we are in with at the moment. He's in the chasing group. They're 10 seconds back. Kaloris is the rider on the wheel of Schlegel. In fact, those two riders, I'm looking at that, and riders riding strongly. But wow. Good to see them both pushing on and pushing on strongly. Good to see riders coming in, and newer riders coming in to the Sunday Race Club. Those two riders coming in very recently, both individual riders today, but both riding strongly. Emil Ivanov on your screen, just at the front of this chase group, watching what's going on. Xavier Maillard is there as well. Petra Truba is in the mix. Gavescu is there too. Simon Patzel is there as well. These are all names that we would expect to be towards the front of the Category 6 pack, but it is the two newer riders to the Sunday Race Club, Schlegel and Kalaris, who are doing the business on the front here. They're coming to the first of two peaks at the top of this climb. They come up to the top of the first peak. They then descend and run to the second. The polka dot banner, you can see it on the top right-hand corner of your screen, is towards the top of the second peak, but not quite at the top. While our Category 6 riders head to the top of the Wollongong climb on lap number 2, Category 1 and Category 2 are on their first lap here in Wollongong, Australia. Category 1 at the 7.6 kilometre marker, Category 2 at the 10.2 kilometre marker. Category 2 are on that climb already. Category 1 not quite there yet, as Yuri Schlegel is the rider in polka dots, continuing to push on here. Kaloris is challenging now for the banner this time. It's literally just around the corner here. Schlegel and Kaloris pushing on strongly. The two of them battling here. They're 37 seconds clear of the group behind, but Yuri Schlegel is the rider who is going to do the business and cement that polka dot climbing competition here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in January. It's the first final of 2026, and Schlegel is the first rider to take and win the climbing competition today, not just in Category 6, but the first rider of 2026. For the first time up the climb in Category 2, we're dropping in with Arne Jacobs. You can see him on your screen at the moment. Up and out of the saddle, a smile or a grimace, a focused face, dancing on those pedals, descending now into the second part of the climb. This is about momentum. This is about pace, because this is going to be one big sprint here in Category 2. Jamie Cahill is there. SS is there. Jacobs, Betty, all in the mix. These riders all with a huge turn of pace on them, but the Category 2 riders now, it's Betty on the front, and Betty is pushing on. SS is in the mix as well. SS goes at 10 watts per kilo. Betty is there, so is X100, so is Theme, so is Force It now coming in strongly, but at the moment it's going to be SS who leads them through. That blue hat with the blue shoes, there you go, now in the polka dot skin suit. So SS leading them through. Christoph Thiem in 2, taking 4 points. Giselle Betty in 3, taking 3 points. Maxent Janade taking 2 points in 4th place. X100 in 5th, picking up the final point. The Category 2 race field lining up behind them. 41 riders in that leading group at the top of climb number 1. That is a huge race field. Very, very little to separate them. SS just putting his nose out into the wind ahead of Christoph Thiem to pick up that skin suit. Well, Category 1 are the riders now coming into the base of the Wollongong climb for the first time, and there's a small break off the front, just stretching their legs at the moment. We've seen a little bit of action on the front of Category 1 so far today. Power's been off the front, Knudsen closing down. Those two riders in the mix, but 4 riders at the front of this, including the world champion at the moment. Ruben Dont, Syed Safrazadi, Michael Vink, all in the chase group behind. It's Jason Osborne with teammate Michael Knudsen pushing on those pedals at the front. Ollie Jones is the rider with them as well. Now, we did say at the start of the show that Ollie Jones was a rider on some serious form at the moment, been out on the road, out crit racing, and putting in performances on the Sunday Race Cup to earn him 2 top 5s this month so far. He's only raced 2 races on the Sunday Race Cup. He took a pass on race number 3 to go out and be part and parcel of that crit and road racing. Jones on your screens at the moment, and you can see the concentration there right at the front of the race, not wanting to lose the wheels as the Category 1 pack all coming back together mid-climb. So they're coming up for 1 kilometre to go until they get to that polka dot banner for the first time. Jones watching the racing going on, giving himself good observation position. It's Bjorn Andreasen from Team Scandi Racing who is pushing on at the front at the moment. Yet again, it's Michael Knudsen from the Boss Moves Only squad covering the move. He obviously has the team position of marking the moves today, and marking the moves he is. Knudsen moves on to Andreasen's wheel. Paradines, Don, Power, all lining up behind those Team Scandi Racing riders, covering each other and really looking for that team position. This week, Ruben Don on your screens at the moment. He's had a 3rd place this month, and it was really great racing last week. He took the sprint competition and 3rd place on that course in Belgium. It was a great race to watch. Well, what can Don do today down under in Australia? It's going to be interesting to see in Team Scandi Racing themselves. Can they go one better than the 2nd placed team last month and start 2026 at the top? Well, Jason Osborne pushing on now, and the world champion, 11 watts per kilo on the climb. He's got 400 metres to go, but he's putting down the power. Osborne, the world champion, wants the polka dot skin suit. He wants to show his dominance here really early in the race. Ollie Jones, the rider, doing the chasing straight behind for Yasin on his wheel. Pedersen, Knudsen, all in the mix, but it's Osborne who is stomping on those pedals at the moment. The banner is just around the corner. Vu Yasin has unleashed the power. He's chasing hard behind. Can Vu Yasin close this down? What can he do? Knudsen is doing some marking as well, and Knudsen comes swiftly into second wheel to mark Osborne. Vu Yasin doesn't want Osborne to go on the descent. He's closing the gap down. So is Pavel Skirski. Skirski comes through from the ABA squad as well. You can see them not far behind. Osborne off the power very, very quickly. He's not pushing on. He's got the polka dots. That's what he wanted. Job number 1, tick, complete. Well, Jason Osborne leads through the Category 1 race for the Boss Moves Only squad. SS did for the UAE clan team in Category 2. David Kowalski led through for What's Up in Category 3. Stefano Ronchetti for Lorien Ipsum in Category 4. Greg Seek leads it for Dirt first in Category 5. And Yuri Siegel, an individual rider, leading through in Category 6. So all of the race fields now over the Wollongong climb for the first time. And in Category 1, the pace was hot at the front, but I tell you, there's still a really strong sized group in the mix at the moment. And just doing a quick look to give you the information, 30 riders still in the leading group in Category 1 at the moment. Machado, Kaplinski, Nitko, Omdal on the wrong side of that group. Well, it's a big group, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the rest of this race. Category 6, they were the first race category out of the start pen today. 53 minutes, 27 seconds of racing now complete for them. And Siegel and Kalaris, the 2 riders together, leading the Category 6 race at the 32.4 kilometre marker. They've got a 19-second gap on a big chase group behind, and you can just see on that top right-hand corner of the screen the big group mixed with some Category 2 riders coming around that bend. The start of this course is laps, which is why you're seeing the Category 2 riders mixed with the Category 6 riders. Category 6 are on the second lap of the course. Category 2, lap number 1. So category 6 of the 32.8 kilometre marker, they're coming up to the second sprint of the day. Category 2 at 15.9 are coming towards the first sprint of the day. And those two race fields will be contending those sprints shortly. So the green banner, you can see on the top right-hand corner of the screen, just coming up. It comes into sight now for the riders, and Schlegel and Caloris, the two riders pushing on here. The green skin suit being worn by Gavescu, the rider in 6th place at the moment. He's back in the pack, 25 seconds back, and he's going to want to take the maximum points available to him from that group. So he's going to want to take that 3rd place today because these two riders, being 23 seconds up the road, are going to take 5 points and 4 points respectively in that green skin suit competition, the sprint competition in category 6. And just doing a bit of a scroll back to see where those two riders finished in the first sprint. And Siegel took 1 point in sprint number 1. So if it can indeed take 3rd place in category 6 on that sprint in sprint number 2. He will indeed continue leading that competition. He doesn't actually. He comes through in 6th. So Maxime Fabre picks up 3 points. Xavier Maillard picks up 2. Daniel Dotto picks up 1. So the green skin suit will change shoulders in category 6. In category 2, they're coming up to that sprint for the first time, and Jeffrey Malheur's just gone through to pick up the 5 points ahead of Olivier Simmons, Arnie Jacobs, Gustav Berlin, and Marcin Shoshanowski. Bjarhead, Cahill, Van Erck, Langevin, and Thiem go through in the top 10. And again, category 2, a huge race field, 37 riders still in contention. Well, this time in category 1, it's Michael Knudsen from the Boss Moves Only squad going off the front of the pack, pushing on here for a breakaway. 4 seconds clear of the chasing group behind, and it's Hayden Pucker, Farm Watts himself, the national champion of the USA, on the front of the pack behind. So category 1, the last category away today on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, starting at the 21 minutes ago. 15.4 kilometres of racing complete, and Knudsen now 6 seconds clear of the chase group. And you can take a look at the watts per kilo on that nearby list. Knudsen now settling into around 6.5 watts per kilo. The chase group behind at about 3.5, and that is why the gap is now extending. Category 4 are on the ascent of the Wollongong climb for the second time. And it's looking like we've got a small break here on Chetty, Giuliano, Schultz trying to break away from the group of Marquez, Terminant, Rodriguez, Rinborg trying to close the gap down. Golden Boy, part and parcel of the moves here on climb number 2 in category 4. Ron Giuliano, for me, I always say he's one of those riders who comes to the fore in the finals. Never discount him. He manages his months and he manages his training to be in the right place at the right time. And Wollongong is a great course for him. Knudsen here extending that lead. 8 seconds now. It's gone from 4 to 6 to 8. Great to see him continuing to push on. And he really is utilising the sections of this course seeing, this is an interesting test, seeing whether anybody will chase him down. The expectation is that Jason Osborne will kick on, I expect, from the rest of the pack on the second climb. So Boss Moves Only being really smart in terms of the teamwork here and putting Knudsen down the road in between the two climbs.
And on the way, likely to pick up this sprint checkpoint as he goes in through, because we're coming up to that green archway that indicates the checkpoint. This at the 16.8 kilometre marker, the Wollongong sprint, the first of the 3 sprints. We go through the Wollongong sprint twice, and then we go down into the Aquarium sprint before climbing up to our race finish. Knudsen's going to collect that checkpoint on the way through, behind a little bit of a sprint unfolding. Skierski's going to take 2nd place, Dom 3rd, Kaminsky 4th, and Power 5th as they make make their way in and through. That's going to be the current standings as we go through, and you can see each of our checkpoint winners in categories 1 through to category 6. Knudsen, Milor, Hammer, Quadrelli, Ligetta, along with Gavescu from category 1 to category 6 on your screens, and the times also going with those race categories as we would expect when you go up over the top of a big climb before we get to the sprint.
Yes. Knudsen, Skierski, Dont, Kaminsky, Power, the 5 riders through picking up points in that sprint competition. X100 now pushing on here in category 2, trying to go clear of the group at the 20-kilometre marker. Just as a point to note, at 25.9 is when the Wollongong climb starts for the second time. And we see X100 do this quite regularly, don't we, Matt? He pushes on early before a climb.
He does, and I think for me, one of the things he wants it to stay hard all the way through. That having the racing on the limit earlier than the climb means that people are under pressure before they get there. So the pure climbers have to work, and then also it does take some of the sprint out because for me, Mr. X100 is one of those riders who I think a Gran Fondo, a big long gravel race, rather than, it's not a crit style race with that kick and respond, that's SS. He's got that kick, rest, kick, rest, kick, rest. Mr. X100 is a classic rider. You look at somebody like Martin Wozniak, he's a real rouleur. We know he can climb, we know he can sprint. He's good at everything without being the very best at any one particular thing here in category 2. Olivier Simmons is another great example of that. And again, into this breakaway here, we know he's a great sprinter. Yes. However, one of the things for me is that he's also a rider who can climb. He's also a rider who can do a bit of everything.
He's very aggressive, actually, isn't he, in his riding style, and also utilised by that team because of the style of racing that he has, that Abus Esports crew, using Simmons and using Simmons well when it comes to the finals. Carvajal, Berlin, Bjarhead and Allengeng, all part and parcel of that Abus Esports 2 crew with Simmons. Interesting here, we've got a move on the left-hand side of your screen, and this is the category 2 race. It looks like it's Stefan van Elst closing down Michael Knudsen. Well, category 2, you can see them catching some of the category 6 riders, and that's because we have laps here early in the part of this Wollongong course in Australia. Category 6 on lap 2, category 2 on lap 1. They are mixing it up on the road, and the push going on strongly. Just going to give you a heads up onto that course. And you can see, there you go, the Wollongong climb twice, the Wollongong sprint twice, because those are the laps.
So our riders making the way up over the top. This is going to be very, very interesting when we come into the finish. The finish for me, this is the key section. I know we sort of detailed the whole of the course, but this finish, for me, aquarium sprint to the finish. So basically the last sort of 2.5K, or the last 6.5K as it is in this case, the key bit for me is kicking off from that sprint. Do you contest the sprint? Do you go for the climb after? Do you roll through that at the pace of everybody else and then save your power? Keep your powder dry, ready to fire a real explosive kick either on the descent down in the run into the finish where there's a tailwind. And that suits a breakaway. Every tailwind section minimises the advantage that a group has, a bunch has. So if you haven't thinned it down on Wollongong climbs 1 or 2, it's not broken up in the headwind on the run down into the aquarium, then you've got a chance to break it out and break it clear and then go into the finish. I think pacing is key to get to that point in the best shape. And I think that's why we're seeing a number of riders maybe just staying in the groups on the climbs. But because that finish is so hard, I think we're likely to see small groups together, but still group sprints as we come into our finish. A breakaway is going to be difficult to do today, particularly as you can see on your screen, any of those orange or red sections where it is either a slight headwind or a block headwind. Any headwind is bad news, as anybody will tell you. who's ever been into one, it's going to make life very, very difficult indeed. And I think where they are on this course today, it is going to make life hard to get a breakaway into the finish. As you can see, category 1 on the left-hand side of your screen, just going past the leaders in the category 6 race field there on different laps on the way out and around the circuit. Category 1 at the moment, Jason Osborne with Vijassin, with Pedersen, with Dont, Vig, all in this group at the moment, that leading group all together. On the right-hand side of the screen, category 2, you can just see that big pack of riders just exchanging on the front, just rolling around and through. Just going to take a look at category 1. Now, we did have Michael Knudsen clear. Just seeing a move on the kick in here.
Yeah, but I think we saw Van Elst close it down, actually. And,
yeah.
Well, I think this is the front of the race. It's Pavel Skirski now doing the business. Michael Knudsen, Hayden Pucker, Stefan Van Elst, all 2 seconds back. So Skirski now taking up the mantle for the Category 1 race and really pushing on as we drop in with Turek, Kaminsky, Vujasin and Jones. This is the Alpha Jaw squad, and great to see them on your screen. Mikhail Kaminsky just giving you a wave there, Matt. Give him a wave back. Come on,
Good
do the business. There we go. A little salute coming from the commentary box.
Yes, you got to salute. We should salute all of our riders, really, because of the amazing job that they do, entertaining us week in, week out. I've got to say, and I love the Pain Cave. Remember, if you think, I don't often feature on the Sunday Race Club coverage, well, you know what the key is? You get yourself a camera, you point it at yourself, sent to you by Race Control, and you join the room. You get your name down there, make sure that picture is in landscape. You could feature like Daniel Cherub, Mikhail Kaminsky, Lionel Vujassin, and Ollie Jones are featuring. And you can see there's a variety of backgrounds, a variety of camera shots. It's all about making sure that we get that view into your Pain Cave, and it does ensure you're likely to get featured on the way through. Now, Category 1, the reason these riders are absolutely on the limit, it has not eased back at all. We saw that move by Skierski go. We've just seen a little bit of a response here by Jason Osborne, who took the points, and that's a climb checkpoint on the top of the climb number 1, at the top of Wollongong Climb. That instantly responded here. No one wants to let anybody go, and because every second counts. You give an advantage to somebody off the front, that's time in the bank for their team. You want to keep that gap down to a minimum, so you don't want to let anybody go at all.
No, you don't indeed. And Category 1 continuing to race with pushes and surges off the front. And yet again, we see another rider dial it off the front there. And we jump into Category 6 at the 38.7 kilometre marker. Ivan Stanev has been racing for 1 hour, 6 minutes so far here in Wollongong. And you can see surrounded by weight training equipment.
Yep, gym equipment in the background as well. So great to see that he is on the bike and keeping on pedaling as he gets his self surrounded by Category 1. And a great response here. You can see Category 6 riders trying to make the most of it. It's on the flat. You've got Category 1 who can produce more power, have a better power to weight ratio. But when you're in the flat, the draft advantage, if you're smart with your drafting, which Ivan's doing, you could jump in with Category 1. But the moment that it goes uphill, or when somebody puts in an attack, that's when things get difficult. But because this is a chasing group of Category 1 at the moment, I think for me, it just means it's just that little bit steadier pace, because they're all just basically tapping the rhythm to get themselves through as fast as they can.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Stanev at the moment, Zone 3, Zone 4. This is a big push. You know, it's a time trial pace to stay on that group. And those Category 1 riders, when you looked at their Zone 3, Zone 4, Zone bar, it wasn't quite so much of a push. Well, it's a big push at the front at the moment on the Category 1 race, because at the 23.3 kilometre marker, they're heading towards that second climb. And Osborne, Vink, Power, Van Elst, all positioning themselves for it. Category 2 are going to get there first. They're at the 25.1 kilometre marker. Last time round, 37 riders summited at the Wollongong Climb together in Category 2. A much bigger group than that exists in Category 1 at the moment. But you can see the pace. Take a look at this. We're in with Christoph Thiem at the moment. I know it says zone 4, zone 5, but he has been rolling at around zone 2, so the pace just starting to get a little bit hotter. Well, actually, I think what Christoph Thiem is doing is just positioning himself in the group for the start of the climb.
And there's a lot of churn, there's a lot of roll here, because when we go into this climb, you've got a tailwind section rolling you into it effectively. You do the headwind section on the downhill, you come into that climb, you start to get the race on the way up. This is really, really interesting to see how these riders start to respond, start to push, start to move their way in and around the pace. Really, really critical. The key for me, if you can get yourself into position in the right place at the right time, you're in a position then to respond, to move, to overtake as you need to. Really, really simple. Get yourself in position, get yourself in the right place at the right time, put in the winning move. Simples.
Well, Mohamed Mukhtari doing the business in category 4 as coming up to that 35-kilometre mark.
It's not as simple as I make out, believe me.
No, it's not.
No, definitely not. It's a tough stuff, and you can see that on the faces of our riders because they're having to play this game of cycling chess simultaneously. So being on the limit, oxygen, a scarce commodity because there's so much
as
going.
well as pushing
Yeah,
on those
exactly,
pedals.
exactly. Making these split-second decisions, making these tactical decisions whilst you are on your limit, whilst you're pushing really hard, whilst you're responding to everybody else's moves. It's far easier said than done, and it's that ability for me. In a lot of ways, that's the difference between the very best riders. They're able to process everything. They're almost compartmentalized. They're processing the racing to everything else. And that's why great riders can do that. I mean, you can see Mohamed Mukhtari there. Good to see. So give us a wave as well. Mohamed gives us a wave while simultaneously racing and processing and on the physical limit.
Well, category 4 race is an interesting one. There's 2 riders clear at the moment, but the pack is hunting them down and they are going to come back together again. We're probably going to see around 20 riders in that category 4 race all come together. And there's very little now to separate them on the course. I predict a category 4 20 up riders sprint.
We'll see if Emma's prediction is going to be correct. It wouldn't be the first time she's managed to get the numbers right. One man whose numbers may well be right today, Martin Trojanoski, one of the riders who are on a ruler-style course like Belgium, like Wollongong, where it's tough all the way round, can really excel. He's in this leading group at the moment with Jacobs pushing on with Betty, just starting to open up a gap. Trojanoski leading the charge behind. In third position, Cahill moving up over the top of Trojanoski as everybody responds to this move. Betty and Jacobs opening up the gap at the moment. It's still a long way to the very summit of this climb at 27.51 kilometers. The climb leader is SS quickly onto the wheels. He can see the damage being done by the riders at the moment in front of him. So he climbs up into that leading group. It's left the other riders behind. You've got Jacobs and Betty on your screen. They've got SS for company in that polka dot skin suit. You can see the gap. It's minimal at the moment, but they've got it at the right time. They're going to come to the top of the first of our twin peaks here. You can just see it's going to take a left-hand turn just round the corner. It then dips and rises again. The next left turn after that is the polka dot banner. SS looking to take away the win in that climb competition. I think Jacobs and Betty not only looking to do that, but also to start to decimate the group behind, to start to shed riders. They need this to be more attritional. They need to break some more riders out of that group. It's a huge number to take to the finish. Everybody's aware of that as they go over the top of peak 1. They're going to drop down and go to peak 2. At the moment, SS leading this out, but we have got this roll down and the climb up. Betty, left-hand side of your screen. When will he kick? SS goes on the pedals. He keeps that chain tight, 7 watts per kilo. Betty's at 5. He's not going to challenge SS at 8, 8.1. It's going to be a big kick from SS to take away maximum points here. He's going to take away a full 10 points, 5 points on the first one. 5 on category 2. I think this is a real statement. He goes over the top. The chase is on behind. Betty comes through immediately behind him. He's going to take away the 4 points there as they go over the top and drop down. The rest of that group coming through, there are 1 or 2 riders in trouble behind. It will depend on how quickly they can respond and get onto the back of the pack. Meanwhile, category 1 are not that far behind. They're already at the point where we joined category 2. And by they, I mean him, Jason Osborne, race leader. because he's at that same point. 4 seconds behind him is Michael Vink. 7 seconds behind Michael Vink is Bjorn Andreasen and the rest of the leading group in Category 1. But we have our individual riders off the front. Jason Osborne leading this out at the moment, world champion, on his way up to the top of the climb.
Well, he is indeed. And if you notice the rider giving chase at the moment, it is Mr. Vink. Mr. Vink is indeed moving here and going away from the group. He is rider chasing Jason Osborne. Vink looks like he is coming back into form after a period of illness. Good to have him back on the Sunday Race Cup. We do know he is a rider who loves to race here in and on the Australian courses. Kaminsky is the rider giving chase at the moment. Tugles is there, but take a look at that. They are wide. The pack is coming. I can hear the Jaws music. Da-da, 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 da-da.
How is that Jaws music?
It's in my head.
It's da-da, da-da.
Are you telling me I did it wrong? It was absolutely perfect in my head. Well, Tugles, Kaminsky, Osborne is the rider they are chasing, and Jason Osborne now pushing on towards the polka dot banner. He's in the polka dot skin suit. 9 seconds clear of the chase group. Will this come back together again, or is this the move for the final for Jason Osborne? And is he going to do a time trial away from the rest of the group? Well, Mikhail Kaminsky wants to push on and wants the group to close it down. It's down to 8 seconds at the moment for Yasin Van Elst, Kaminsky, Power, Pedersen. All motoring strongly and pushing towards the banner. They don't want Osborne to go, but he's still at 8 watts per kilo over the top of the climb and accelerating away.
Now, I'm just going to put this out there. Why accelerate so hard over the top of the climb there when you could accelerate on the descent as a group together and pull the time back by staying as a bigger group? I'm not sure hurting that group there. You saw the faces of the riders chasing Osborne there. I'm not sure. I think waiting another couple of seconds to put the effort in as you're all together going over the top. It's a good job the camera isn't on in the studio and you can see it because Emma's face is like, what are you talking about? Jason Osborne's gone over the top. You
never make up the time on the descent that you actually...
It's a big group.
On the climb.
It's a big group.
And Jason Osborne kicked over the top onto the descent to get the momentum rolling and the speed high to exaggerate the gap.
But they've not done that. They've kicked to go over the line, but they've not then kept on kicking into the descent. And that's precisely my point. By kicking into the descent,
I don't know.
That's
Van
how you
Elst
build
is
the
still
speed.
at 7.9 watts per kilo on the descent, so I think I disagree.
They all took a breather. You could see you could see the faces on the camera.
Wow.
It was like... Sound effects RUS.com today.
Well,
Jaws music as well as
has a new job. He's a sound effect artist.
No, definitely not some kind of artist. So making our way out underneath the aquarium here. Remember our race today, 54 kilometers. Our final sprint checkpoint at 47.8k. The riders just finishing their descent here. The gradient just dropping away from being up at 5% descent to 0.1, 0.2. So basically onto the flat. Our sprint leader, Maxime Fabre, is in the group here, just tailoring his effort here. Schlegel, Kalogiris, Ivanov in the mix here. Grenier also in this group. So is Petter. Schlegel, the rider in that polka dot skin suit. Fabre rolls up near the front here now. He's got to get the timing right because he wants to go, I'm sure, to take away maximum points in this final sprint. He'll want that checkpoint prize and he will want to seal that green overall win in the sprint competition. He doesn't want to be on the front to launch the sprint, but he wants to follow whoever launches first. The problem is when you're on the front, it's very hard to follow unless that man is Schlegel, and that's who's winding it up at 6.5 watts per kilo. Now Fabre goes. It's not 6.5, it's almost double that. 12 to 13 watts per kilo comes from Fabre. He goes over the top of Schlegel. Fabre is going to kick to the line. He's going to take the final points. That will secure him the win in the sprint competition. Schlegel's going to take away the win in the climb competition in Category 6. But the big prize is still up for grabs. It's that individual win. And, of course, It's the win in the team competition. Quick reminder, 3 riders to count in that team competition.
Well, 7 riders going through in that leading group in Category 6. That's 7 riders who are going to contend that finish line today. Maxime Fabre, we know he's such a strong racer and such a strong sprinter with phenomenal timing, as we've just seen there. Can he do it when he gets to that 54-kilometre marker and take the win as well?
And in terms of the team competition, really wide open because we have Fabre of the ZTBR Yanamani squad. We have Grenier in there from Cycling District 6A. Pedder in there from the Open Cycling Academy. And Level Titanium's Ivanov in the leading group. So 4 out of the 7 riders riding for teams, but nobody with more than 1 rider in the lead group. It does give these leading riders' teams the advantage because they've got that gap to the riders behind. However, the riders behind know that every second will count. They've all got to get there. 3 team riders, their fastest 3 riders in the team, their times added together to give you the team time. Fastest team time takes away the team win.
Well, Category 2, 37 riders in that leading group, all still together at the 32.4-kilometre marker. Jason Osborne in Category 1 put an attack in on that second Wollongong climb and is still sitting 8 or 9 seconds clear at the moment from the chase group behind. That chase group, around 14 riders going over the top, and the riders struggling to get back into the group, and they are still pushing, so they may well make it. Vink, Turek, Pucker, and Jones.
What a group. What a set of riders. Question is, can they get back? Can everybody pull this through? Who will go? Will we see that clear winner coming into the finish almost arms aloft, as it were, or will it be a sprint? I think this is going to be very difficult in Category 2 to come in anything but a group sprint. Category 1, well, that's a different ball game when you've got the world champion in there. We're seeing the sprint unfold, though, because we are at 33.1K. We're at 33.31. It is the line for the sprint number 2 of 3, and it's Gorjak who's got the gap. It's not so much a sprint for him as a keep that pace high. Group are not going to bring him back. He's going through, but look at this Jeffrey Miller looking to maximize the points he takes. He'll take away 4 points. It will keep him in the green jersey. It's going to put him firmly in the driving seat in that competition in Category 2 with 1 more sprint left to go.
Does indeed, and it's still that huge group in Category 2, and I can tell you they are only at that point in the race. Well, around 20 seconds quicker to 33 kilometres than the Category 3 race.
A bit more tactical.
Tactical, a bigger group. 36 riders still in contention in Category 2.
And I think that's the thing. When the category racing is so close that we see in Category 2, it means that riders are more careful with their effort, that they're more careful to dose that energy where they need it and expend it where they need it. It's not so much the case, I think, in Category 1 here, because you've got Jason Osborne down the road. We've almost got a race of 2 races in Category 1. You've got the Jason Osborne show at the front, clear, world champion, doing what he does. He's got the gap, he's got the breakaway, he's going to sit there, and he's going to now time trial his way to the finish and hope that the racing behind doesn't bring them back. It's going to yo-yo up and down a little bit with the kicks that run for the sprint line here that we're seeing. Because Category 1 are not far behind Category 2. We've only just seen them go through. Category 1 are about to charge through underneath this same sprint banner. Osborne has gone through and taking maximum points. Knudsen wants to back up his sprint jersey from the first sprint with a second sprint jersey, which is what he's going to do. He's going to take away 4 points there. 3 points going to Kaminsky, 2 to Van Elston, 1 to Pedersen. But as these riders now ease off, the gap will open back up to Jason Osborne. Osborne taking away that checkpoint prize in Category 1, Gorjank in Category 2, Hammer in Category 3, Giuliano in Category 4, Malice in Category 5, and Slagle in Category 6. Now, as you can see, these riders are all starting to come very close together out on race route. And remember, we've got to get to that 54-kilometre marker to hit that final time through as they make the way in through that finish. Emma,
Wow.
that Category 1 group, going through in the lead.
Yes.
Other than Jason Osborne, the lead of the second racing category.
Yeah, let me give you a bit of a
interesting mix.
Yeah, let me give you a bit of a rundown. So Jason Osborne is still clear in that Category 1 race by around, 10 seconds at that point. Then we've got Knudsen, Kaminsky, Van Elst, Pedersen, Power, Dontvu Yassin, Skierski, Tugels, Safra Zaidi, Vink, Paradians, Dane in the chase group. So 13 riders in that chase group. Then at 5 seconds, Andreasen. Pucker is 2 seconds back, and then there's a big gap back to Dan Turek. So really, Andreasen and Pucker need to work together to get back onto the group. They're around 5 seconds off of the chase group of 13 riders. Jason Osborne out clear 10 seconds up the road.
And I'm just looking at that group, the leading group. At the moment in that leading group, you've got Osborne, Knudsen in there, along with Safra Zaidi for the Boss Moves Only squad. At the moment, literally bossing the front of this race. The Team Scandi Racing only having 2 riders in that lead group. That's Pedersen and Dont. The nearest rider is Dane and Andreasen, 14th and 15th at the moment, but giving away potentially some time. We'll see how that plays out as we continue onwards here. This is going to be very, very critical for me to see how that team plays out. The Boss Moves Only squad are looking like they're in prime position for prize number 1, but there are 7 prizes in each of the categories. And that, for me, gives you the answer in terms of why these riders are racing even further back down that race field, even though they're outside of the top 10 in the individual competition. But for me, it's all about then making sure that you get your team in and over the finish line. So at the moment, these riders making the way towards that 54.0 kilometer marker. That is the end of this race. The leaders in Category 1, remember, Category 1, the last riders to head out of the pens, currently at the 35.7 kilometer marker. Category 2 at 36.8k, just 1k up the road. As we see Niall Pedersen just looking to dial this across. He can see Osborne in front. It's not huge, 6 seconds.
It's coming down. It was up to 10 seconds not that long ago, but Pedersen et al. Now bringing it back down to 6 seconds. Jason Osborne could well come back into the fold at the 37 kilometer marker of this 54 kilometer race. A little bit further up the road at 38k. This is the leading group in Category 2. A couple of riders split off the back of the group. Christensen has gone, but 36 riders now down to 35, leading the Category 2 race. Ken in the mix, both Burke and Khan.
So Burke and Kane on the show here. Good to see both the Cairns in here. 2 riders who came to the fore in the MyWhoosh Championship in 2023 because we had it in 2025 and 2023. The MyWhoosh putting the money where the mouth is, and the money doesn't go into the shareholders. It's there as prizes on that $1 million stage race. Each and every week we've got a big prize fund here on Sunday Race Club. We had it on the stage racing that we saw in 2023 and 2025. You can watch all that back on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel as well. Remember, no subscription for MyWhoosh. You can just jump on board and ride. You can just jump on board and race, jump on board and train. There are no fees. You don't have to pay a subscription that can change. It's really simple. Get on board. Come and join these riders. Come and get racing. Fabra really enjoying the racing. Sprinting his way back, looking to close down Schlegel, the rider with that polka dot skin suit. We're at 52.6k. We've come up. We are up and over the top of the final climb. Now it's about the run to the finishing line. It is not straightforward on the run in. We do have that dip down into the finish to go. Remember, we're looking for that banner. These riders with a little bit of a gap to even off and to but a bigger gap back to Peder. I think even off just making contact, Peder out of the back of the group. The front of the race here, 4 seconds to Calaheros. They've got to not be distracted by Schlegel in front of them in the polka dot skin suit. They need to keep their eye on the purple jersey in front because Calaheros could take away the win here by staying clear of the attention. It's easy to get lost in the midst of the race confusion here. Left-hand turn commencing. Remember, This is about that final run to line. We're in the last 600 meters at the moment. Mescaris at the moment at 8 watts per kilo, looking to dial this on to the leaders. Caliheros has gone for a well and truly a long one here. He's still got the gap. He's going at 6.5, 6.8 watts per kilo. It may be too little, too late for everybody else. The UCI banner is in sight. That is the banner of the MyWhoosh finishing line. Remember, MyWhoosh, the UCI partner for 2024, 25, and 26. And at the end of January, at the monthly finals, coming into the finish, Thomas Caliheros is going to take the win in category 6. He sprints across the line. He catches them napping over the top. They can't pull him back. It's Yuri Slegel is going to come across the line, taking second place. I think it's going to be Mitsaros in third. Fabra and Grenier and Ivanov are fighting it out for positions behind. So Caliheros in 1, Slegel in 2, Mitsaros in 3, Fabra in 4, Grenier in 5.
Yes, Emil Ivanov coming through for 6th place today. That was a real battle. Caliheros and Slegel were 2 riders clear of the chase group for some time in that race before they were brought back into the fold, only to go again in the run into the final.
Brilliant racing, brilliant riding as always. Remember, the Sunday Race Club coming to you 52 weeks of the year. And even when we have things like the World Championships or that MyWhoosh Championships, the Sunday Race Club each and every week, all of our riders verified on the way through. So not just the elite riders or a random selection, it's the whole of that race field verified. The checks going before, during, and after seeing. And remember, all the results that are on MyWhoosh.com and on MyWhoosh Info are currently provisional.
Until verified.
Until verified. Funnily enough, that's the process. You get the blue stamp of approval on the results on the MyWhoosh.com website. Go to results. You'll see at the moment those results are live and in action. You can catch up with all of those race results. Do have a look on there. We'd love you to jump on board. Come and give it a go. Come and join in the racing. Come and have some fun on MyWhoosh. Get out there and race. Our first race categories in and over the line. Category 6 done and dusted in the men's race. Next up will be Category 5. They're currently just approaching the 50-kilometre marker. And then 4, 3, 2, and 1. It's not unheard of for our leaders to catch the riders in front. Category 1, the last riders out from the pens. Well, Vink, Safrazadi, Peterson, along with Kaminsky, Van Els, Nussen, have all pulled back Osborne. And in fact, Sai Safrazadi and Michael Vink have gone back on the attack once again. Safrazadi, teammate of Osborne and of Knudsen on that Boss Moves Only squad, really just going for that classic move, going over the top. And whilst Boss Moves only have 3 riders, I tell you something, what 3 riders? Yep. World champion, plus Michael Knudsen, plus Sai Safrazadi. Very, very tough to beat.
Yeah, 3 very strong climbers and very strong riders, all 3 of them liking good long distances and 54 kilometres of racing today. Well within their capabilities of being in the top 5, all 3 of them. So the rest of the riders and the rest of the race field keeping their eyes peeled at the moment. Van Elst, Power, Kaminsky, Pedersen, Skierski, all chasing and chasing strongly and wanting that group to stay together at the 40.2 kilometre marker. I tell you, they are coming on to the front of the Category 2 race because they are only, 500 metres up the road. Mundell, Cahill, SS, Betty, Malure, Becker, Flubus, all at the front of that Category 2 race. As we drop in with Category 5, they are the next group of riders who are going to come in towards the finish line. 23 riders in the leading group at last count, and Clinton Cirillo is one of them. He's one of the riders we know has a really fast kick. So does Josh Lipka, who sat on his wheel.
Yeah, you got to be careful of Lipka. Cirillo's shown that sprint, though, time and time again. What will Clinton do here today? Always good to see him. We can see him in person on the left-hand side of your screen. The power that he's producing through those pedals being measured and then going out. 2 sources of power measurement required for our riders as they're out and racing. And remember, of course, these riders are putting the power down. It goes to the avatar. The avatar responds. At the moment, Cirillo has got to get his timing right. He's sat in this group. You can see it starting to wind up, but they've still got distance to go. and the Category 5 riders at 51 of our 54 kilometres covered. The riders in Category 1, the last lead depends at 41.7k, currently just about 600 metres behind the lead of the Category 2 race. The riders all making their way to that same finish line here in Australia, in Wollongong, in celebration of the Tour Down Under. And the Category 5 group, still a big group. So is Category 4. Category 2, it's a big group. They're just regularly sending a rider up the road. And Category 1, well, nuts and nut at the moment, with Vink with a little bit of a gap.
Yes, and that Boss Moves Only squad, Knudsen, Osborne and Safra Zadie, have been so light and responsive to the racing today. It's been really interesting to watch.
It certainly has. At the moment, Mr. X100, the rider lighting it up in Category 2 on the climb. We're just going to bring you some team results from Category 6 because we now had a number. For a while, we'd had nobody come through in terms of a whole team. We now have got a whole host of them.
We do.
So, taking away 5th place, it's the Level Steel team. Taking away 4th place, it's Ride Club Finland. Taking 3rd place in Category 6, BMC 6. Taking 2nd place, it is Level Carbon. But taking away top spot, it is Level Titanium. Their team time, 4 hours, 30 minutes, 11 seconds. Emil Ivanov leading that team home in 6th place. Their second counter was Ephraim Mamba in 17th. Then Ingmar van Beers takes 22nd place. And that combined team time gives you the 3 fastest riders in that team. Total time 4:30. Brilliant racing, brilliant riding. Don't forget those results are live, and more results coming in as we speak. Congratulations to Level Titanium, the first of our winning teams in Category 6. They've got that secured for themselves. And remember, 7 prizes in each of our team competitions.
Well, Category 5 are going to be the next group of riders through the finish line. They're at the 52.5 kilometre marker with 1.5 kilometres to go. Category 4 on the right-hand side of your screen are not that far behind either. They are into the last, around 3.1 kilometres to be more exact. But Category 5, motoring and motoring strongly. Belakov's now attacking and attacking long. We've seen this before with riders going for a long effort towards the finish line rather than leaving it to the sprint, and they've been rewarded. Will Belikov be rewarded today for the push, or will the group close him down? Well, Atanen, Lisa, Malice, Young, Thiem, Reinheimer, Lipka, all lining up behind.
They might be lining up behind, but this is the tailwind section now before they come into the left-hand turn. And this tailwind, this is the long tailwind section. You come off that T-junction, you come into here, and it gives you the chance to make the most of this. At the moment, Belikov's leading out that group, motoring his way clear of the front. We'll see what happens. Can he stay clear? Category 4 just coming up to the top of the banking here. They've come to the top of that bit line. They're going to keep on going, though, and they've got to keep on pushing. Meanwhile, Category 5, you can see that Vipeki Antonen has managed to go over the top. It's all come back together, and it's kicking on again here. We finish at 54 kilometres. We now are into our last few hundred metres, and Laszlo starting to open up, trying to close down Antonen. Antonen leading this out. He's at 9 watts per kilo. Stark is responding. The rider from South Africa with the red bandana is being passed by the one and only Evans Svort. Svort moves up into 2nd place here. What can Svort do about this? Legetska going over the top here. We're still a long way as they come through in. It's going to be difficult to tell who took that. I think it's going to be Antonen who just beat Svort. Svort's winning run is ended. It's 2nd today for Svort. So Antonen in 1, Svort in 2, Legetska in 3. It's going to be Stark in 4, Reinheimer in 5, Malice in 6, Laszlo in 7, Thiem in 8, Lipka in 9, and Cirillo rounding out the top 10. And in terms of teams, they're already in 3rd place, going to...
Well, Dirt first, 6 seconds back from the leading team. In 2nd place, Level Avengers. And in top spot, it's Ride Club Finland. The differential between Ride Club Finland and Level Avengers 1 and 2, 0.9 of a second. We said the winning margin in the team competition would be close today, and close It is.
So congratulations to Veli-Pekka Antonen, to Marcin Malas, to Tavi Mattila, Christian Brown, along with Alexa Belikos. Belikos going on that last minute attack, ends up going over the line, 19th place overall. The winning rider leading home the Ride Club Finland team in category 5. Second place rider Edmondsford leading home Level Avengers in second place, and Dirt First taking that 13th place, led home by third place rider Legetska, going to form.
Some numerical loveliness there. In the final 800 metres, this is a category 4 race, and Mohamed Mukhtari finds himself on the front of the pack at the moment. All 24 riders in this category 4 pack moving towards the finish line. Vanek is there, Rodriguez is there, Marquez, Bogran, Ronchetti, Arsene is there as 2, as well as Schultz, and this is lining up for another big sprint.
So Mukhtari starts to lead this out. He's gone early. He's right on the front of 12.5 watts per kilo. That initial kick, you can see the effort going in here. He's got the jump on the rest of the riders. That's the banner coming into sight. The pack is behind him now. Mukhtari is leading this out. Is it going to be Mohamed Mukhtari's day here today? They're coming at speed behind him. He's got to hold on. Banek and Sebesco over the top. Almeida has got a great sprint on him. He's gone at 9 up to 12 watts per kilo. It's going to be Almeida who takes it, I think. So close on the lane. The agony and the ecstasy of our riders, they come through the finish. You can see how much it hurts. Mohamed Mukhtari takes 5th place as he comes in over the line. The win going to Franklin Almeida, who we see on our screens today. Congratulations to Franklin. A good job done today. The Brazilian rider, proudly wearing the national flag, comes through to take the win.
Yeah, he does indeed. Peter Banek taking 2nd, Tamo Friedek taking 3rd, Jorge Filo taking 4th, and Mohamed Mukhtari taking 5th place in that sprint. Yet again, the top 8 riders under 1 second.
And in terms of teams in category 4, taking away 3rd place, the Pedal Club. Taking away 2nd place, it's Lauren Ipsum, who were 0.317 of a second behind the Cycling District squad, led home by Franklin Almeida. With Mohamed Mukhtari and Daniel Marquez, they take away the team win in category 4. Brilliant racing, brilliant riding.
Yes.
Super fast
sprint
today.
After sprint after sprint. The question is, are we lining up for 3 more? Category 3 out on course at the moment. And, big groups. We're expecting them to go through. I'm looking at the aquarium sprint. Nicholas Fournier has just taken category 3 through that aquarium sprint. Just doing a check, though, to see how many riders have followed on his heels.
And lots.
Well, I agree with that, but let's just hold fire and be specific, because it's 46 riders in category 3 who have gone through that final checkpoint. If we think the category 4 and category 5 sprints have been big, category 3 is lining up for a huge one.
It is. Over half of the riders who started today still left in contention in category 3 as they come in towards the line. Category 2, though, breaking up once again as Thiem and Jakobs contest the sprint, the final sprint of the day. Miller goes over the line in 5th place, and it does mean, I think, Arnie Jakobs is taking away the sprint jersey overall. He's battled all the way through. Good result for him, going clear at the front. Them results with him taking away the sprint leaders jersey overall in category 2. Category 1 are just coming up towards that same sprint at the moment. It's Tugels and Knudsen, with Knudsen just easing to the front here. Lifts the pace from 5.5 up to 8 watts per kilo. He's going to settle straight back down again here. I suspect they've got 7 seconds lead, Knudsen and Tugels, over the riders behind. And that's in the category 1 race. But we're still seeing riders heading in towards our race finish. We'll quickly bring you these results. Knudsen, Thiem, Fournier, Velada, Lizeska, along with Fabre, the winners of the final sprint, the aquarium sprint in categories 1 to 6, because we've got our next finish unfolding, and it's being led by Lewis Ridley on his way into the line here. Ridley opened up the sprint. He opened up the gap. They're coming at him hard behind. Gates is going to charge over the tops, and Gates may well take that as they come in through. Fournier was on his heels as they came into the line, and it's Fournier looking like he's taking it. We're waiting for the screens to just settle down and update as they hit the line. Nicolas Fournier of the Bleu Blanc Rouge squad takes away another win on the Sunday Race Club. Havo takes second, Clays takes third, Gates takes fourth, and Ridley, who was leading up until the final few meters, takes away fifth place. That's a huge group of riders coming in and through the line.
Well, it is indeed. I can tell you, 27 riders, sub 1 second in the Category 3 race. Nicolas Fournier from Bleu Blanc Rouge takes the win from his teammate Sebastian Havo, while Clays from the What's Up squad takes third place. Mark Gates, also from Bleu Blanc Rouge, packing it. They are 3 riders in the top 4 in that sprint, taking fourth place. Lewis Ridley from Take That in fifth.
So the teams, as you'd expect with so many riders coming in, are coming in. The team taking 7th place, taking away the loss of our prizes, is What's Up next in Category 3. Taking 6th place is What's Up. Taking 5th, BMC Racing Up. Taking 4th, Gold Grabbers. Taking 3rd, the Black Horses squad. Taking 2nd, the Take That squad. The team, as Emma said, though, taking the win. Bleu Blanc Rouge, the blue, white, and red, taking away race victory. Fournier, Havo, Gates, Fell, and Boulanger coming in over the line. Their fastest 3 riders setting that team time. The big telling thing for me here, the top 8 teams are separated by less than 4 seconds across 8 teams.
Yes.
In Category 3.
And what can you say? But congratulations to most of those teams to getting all of their riders packed in within 1 second and not getting any of their riders dropped from the leading group all race.
Brilliant, brilliant riding in Category 3. Really close racing. Now, let's focus on our last 2 categories out on race route. They are Category 1 and Category 2. Now, Category 2 leader at the moment, Mr. X100, just in front of Arnie Jacobs. Arnie Jacobs on our screen at the moment, the rider from the Netherlands in that green jersey, on your screens at the moment, leading out in Category 2. In Category 1, Michael Knudsen, the rider with the green skin suit, is with Leonard Tugels. He's just coming through the chasing group in Category 2, but there are plenty of riders in front as targets to go to before they reach Mr. X100. The difference on the road, 200 meters. It's not huge. I suspect it's going to be incredibly close. The speed Category 1 are racing at the moment because you've got our 2 escapees and a chase behind, 8 seconds behind. It is full gas.
I'm smiling because I've just seen who's at the front of the pack behind. Said Safrazadi and Jason Osborne have gone onto the front of the chase group and sat up.
Well, yeah.
0.9 watts per kilo I saw from Osborne on the front of the pack behind. That is teamwork in action.
Yeah, they just like, let's go to the front of the group and do nothing.
Yes. Well, Noel Pedersen has decided that he's going to the front of the group and he's going to do something. He's now leading the charge from Team Scandi Racing to close down the gap.
So Category 1 at the moment, it's Knudsen and Tugels with the gap to Skierski, 11 seconds. Currently the gap in Category 1. Category 2, it's a 9-second gap between Mr. X100 and Arnie Jacobs. Arnie Jacobs in 2nd place. Josiah Betty in 3rd place. This is really, really interesting to see how this breakaway, how the gaps have opened. Jacobs now brought back into the fold. That big bunch of riders chasing Mr. X100. This is going to be all about closing down our leader, the lone leader on the front of the race. Here's Mr. X100 with the most experienced riders on MyWhoosh, leading out Category 2. 10-second gap back from him in Category 1, our elite race category on the left-hand side of your screen. Knudsen and Tugels still with a gap. In fact, it's gone out. It's at 12 seconds, and the riders that you're seeing coming up behind them are the Category 2 riders. You can see the sprint jersey there. The number, though, on the back, number 2, indicating 2nd category rider. So, leaders of Category 1 on the left of your screen. Lone leader in Category 2 on the right-hand side of your screen. Time running out for the chasers behind to close the gap down, because remember, we finished the race at 54.0 kilometers covered here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Here on the men's race, the last race in January, the last Sunday in January. Qualifiers each Sunday of the month until we get to the last one, which is our finals when the team competition comes into play.
Well, the challenge here for X100 is he's got Tugles and Knudsen from Category 1 pushing on in their own race, bringing the chase group in Category 2 back to his wheels. The push is also on in Category 1 to close down the 11-second gap that Knudsen and Tugles have.
When you say they're leading the charge, they're not necessarily. They're in and around there, but you can see there's so many. The Category 2 riders really want to make the most of it. So Nelson's just gone, he sprinted through that group at 6 watts per kilo to try and shed the rest of the group there, and to also at the same time leave Tugles in the pack, try and use the confusion in there. Tugles has now kicked to 8 watts per kilo. Graves is leading the charge behind with Betty to try and hold on to the wheels, and you can see the battle is to stay with the Category 1 riders. At the moment, they have that advantage. Category 2, they can try and sit in the draft. They're closing down on Mr. X100 on the right-hand side of your screen. It's less than 100 meters separating the leaders in Category 1 and the chasers in Category 2 from the leader in Category 2, Mr. X100. And I think Mr. X100 now very aware that that group is coming. They're going to appear behind, and you can see that distance now behind. There's not a lot of gap between him. It's sitting at 5 seconds, and that is going to disappear very quickly to Knudsen and Tugles. And they still haven't managed to shed all of Category 2 from their wheels.
No, they're coming up to 1,000 metres to go here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Cup. This is the January final, the first final of 2026. And Knudsen doing the business in Category 1, but he's bringing the pack back to X100, who's leading the charge in Category 2. We're going to see Category 1 and Category 2 finish together here with 700 metres to go. X100 trying to stay out long here in front of the chase group that's coming in behind Michael Knudsen. Phil Graves leading the charge behind Christoph Thiem, Trojanowski, all there at the moment. This is the rider they are chasing with 500 metres to go. Knudsen and Tugles, Category 1 in the mix as well.
So they're in the mix as we see a sprint now. Rick Van Erck trying to go clear of the group. He's got with him Jeffrey Miller in Category 2. They're sprinting the way up towards the line. This is the Category 2 race for the race win at the moment. You can also see everybody charging behind. Everybody wants this. Miller is going to lead them towards the line. The Langevine's coming on his side, and Langevin, I don't think, has got the pace to do this. Category 2 riders come through. As they come in over the line, that group come charging home. Category 1 is led home, though, by Leonard Tugles, followed by Michael Knudsen. In Category 2, it's Jeffrey Miller from Jesse Langevin, from Tattoo Coinston, Rick Van Erck, and Nicholas Becker rounding out the top 5.
The sprint behind from Category 1 has been coming in thick and fast. So Tugles took the win from Michael Knudsen alongside those Category 2 racers. Leading the pack behind was Niall Pedersen, who takes third place. Pavel Skierski takes fourth. Jason Osborne, the world champion, fifth place today. Stefan Van Els in sixth. Lanavu Yassin in seventh. Jakob Dane in eighth. Ruben Don in 9, and Said Safrazadi rounding out the top 10.
So the riders coming through, you can see there that Leonard Tugles took the race win in 1 hour, 14 minutes, 11 seconds, with Knudsen just some 3 seconds down behind. The sprint behind led through and over by Pedersen from Skierski, with Osborne not all that far behind. They are the leading riders in Category 1. Category 2 led by Miller from Langevin, from Coiston, Van Erck and Becker. In terms of teams competition, Emma, can you take us away the teams in Category 1?
I can do. In third place today, 15 seconds behind the winning team, Team Scandi Racing. In second place, 4 seconds behind the winning team, it's Boss Moves Only. And this month, to start 2026, the winning team in Category 1 is Abus, led through by Leonard Tugles, with Pavel Skierski and Stefan Van Elst following them up.
In Category 2, the Goat Squad taking third place, Welter Panda taking second place, but the winning team in Category 2, it is the team of the Hitmen, Tattoo Coiston, Stuart Miller, along with Ross Fawcett and Phil Graves, taking away the team win in Category 2. All of the race results available. Go to www.mywhoosh.com and then go to the main menu, hit results. Remember, those results are not confirmed until totally verified. Make sure that you get yourselves on there. Even better, get yourselves to the app, download it. Remember, it's free. You don't have to pay a subscription. There's no limited amount of kilometers you can cover before you have to get the checkbook out. It is all free. Jump on board. Download the app on iOS, on Android, or on Windows. Make sure that you hit the subscribe button to follow the coverage on YouTube or on Twitch TV. Whilst you're online, give MyWhoosh a follow on social media on the riders. Give them a follow as well. Don't forget, you can also follow Emma. Is biking _ Emma. You can get in touch with me. It's at Matt Fixer Pain on Instagram. Don't forget, of course, next week we start off with qualifier number 1.
For February.
For February, I will be handing over the reins for qualifier 1 to Emma. And Emma's going to be in charge of the show for that, because I'm going to be at the World Championships in Hulst on the mic for the UCI. Don't forget, of course, though, do come and say hello to Emma, to myself and the Full Speed Events team. We're going to be down there working with the UCI at those World Championships.
And my question
go on.
is, will we see the shake-up in the women's and the men's racing that we've seen today, with new riders riding and pushing to the fore, continue into February?
We will have to find out. You'll have to tune in. If all that wasn't enough for you, you can catch up with me a little bit later on today on the YouTube channel for the UCI and across a number of broadcasters around the globe for the finale of the UCI Cyclocross World Cups. So if it's not geo-restricted in your area, then do jump on and join. Some real interesting developments as we go into our final races there. Lots of cycling to be had. Jump on board the bike. Get on board MyWhoosh. We will see you on the bike. We may see you in Hulst, and Emma will see you next week. Until then, stay safe. Enjoy your riding. We'll see you soon.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.